Hello, everybody. Good evening or time of day, whatever. Welcome to Tabletop Talk, where we are going where the wrong thing is open on stream immediately. Wow. I have to stream. Okay, I have to open the stream so you two can see where I am. And also, hi everybody. You know me, but and you know Drake. But who is this other person who is here? Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Please,
My name is Notepad Anon, and I write games for fun occasionally.
You also review a lot of games. You have like a YouTube show, basically. That's how we found you. That's how we found you.
Yeah. Oh. Yes. Hello. I was. These two people showed up into my chat and said, "You want to do a collab?" And I was like, "Yeah, let's do it. What lovely game will you subject me to now?" I was thinking I was get something fun and exciting. Instead, we got Immortal.
Listen. It could have been worse. We could have gotten you Continuum. Do you know Continuum?
Yes, I do know Continuum.
and we reviewed that like 2 years ago. And whenever you read a terrible game, like you can always think, at least it's not Continuum. Because I think that's legitimately the worst one I've ever seen. Like, that is supposed to be a serious game.
See, that's always the catch. Like, is this supposed to be a serious game, or is this supposed to be a prolonged meme?
Yeah, and that's the thing with both of these, that these are both clearly very serious. You don't invent this many words, and it isn't serious.
Yeah, welcome to the capital word syndrome.
Yeah.
Capital word syndrome, that's exactly it.
But using my incredible, ability to read these kind of insane games, I'm like, all right, I think I know the lore. I don't.
No. God, no. So full disclosure, I read this years ago. This is how I knew it existed. And by read, I mean I looked at it and was like, what the fuck is happening? And then I forgot about it and I lost it. And then now it's part of my fun and my hobby to talk about these games. So I was thinking, now, what games did I remember being really shit, but also interesting? Oh yeah, there was this one thing, and I found Immortal again. I couldn't find the first edition, and then you got it for me, Notepad. It's also amazing.
Yes. We managed to find it. The story of this game is arguably more interesting than the game itself, and just everything surrounding it. But we did a lot of digging. I actually managed to find 3rd edition as well.
Yeah, 3rd edition I also found. That wasn't that difficult. Yeah, but I wanted first, because first is the real Garbo. I don't know if 3rd edition is still this convolutedly bad, but I knew this one was a real banger.
It's amazing. This is the kind of stuff I live for.
I'm happy to have made you happy, I suppose. Stockholm syndrome yourself into thinking this is fun. I mean, we all have. Oh God. So yeah, welcome to the most 1994 game ever, which is this game, which is Immortal: The Invisible War, a game that could only have been written 3 years after the 1st edition of World of Darkness came out, because you can tell very quickly that that's what they were like drawing heavy inspiration from.
See, the cursed thing with it is that when you're reading it, you're like, yes, this is clearly World of Darkness.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing else. Then you read more, you're like, this is no longer World of Darkness. Like, we are far away from this.
No, it is like, it is inspired by it, but it is not it's its own thing. But I don't know. Like, this is just how I make sense of it, because it is there's you grab for anything you can, like in any port in a storm, you know. So yeah, this is firstly, I love this font. I can hardly read it.
Edgy lines right away. No sanctuary is eternal.
Yeah, by Rand Eccles. Then we have, I believe this is just a photo, like someone drew wings on Sting.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Weird thing. This is kind of leading into the company who did this, Precedence.
Mm.
Most of the artwork in this book are literally just models that
Yeah.
were posed and they drew over them.
Yeah, if at all, if they even did that.
Yeah. One other weird thing about it, most of these guys are like low to mid-range actors.
Oh.
Because Precedence did, for context, Precedence is the company that published this. This was their only TRPG. They've never made another TRPG because they died horribly. But the weird thing is they did things like the Babylon 5 collectible card game, the Tomb Raider collectible card game, the AVP collectible card game, the Terminator collectible card game.
So this was their attempt to break into a fresh new market, and good for them. Good for them for trying.
See, that's where things get weird, because it's not the guy who did this, Ran Ackles. He goes by like Ran Vanderman now. He was an artist on Riffs, and they also did the Riffs collectible card game.
Oh, he had connections.
I think this was literally an artist's like weird passion project that he pitched to his boss, being like, "Hey, boss, you know those cool World of Darkness games, right? Like, what if we made our own?"
God, this guy drew for Rifts. Like, where are the skulls?
Yes, I actually opened up my Riffs Ultimate Edition. Because when I'm like, that name sounds familiar. I opened up Riffs Ultimate and I could find the pieces that he did in Ultimate Edition. And I'm like, yep, no, this is him, because Rand Vander, like, he's still around. And he goes by Valorhan right now, and you could he's on Twitter, he's on LinkedIn, and it's clearly the same guy. But he's done a bunch of weird artwork for just random people, and yes, it looks the exact same.
Okay.
It's like, oh, it's Kino o'clock, everybody.
What did you say it goes by now?
It's a Ran. Let me see if it's full name, because Ran Valorhan. VAL. Yeah, VALERHON. Valorhan.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And it's clearly him. And if you look all throughout, it's him. The weird thing, though, is Paul Brown III, one of the main guys of Precedence Publishing. Because Precedence is not its own company. That's the weird thing. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of reality simulations before. Probably not. These guys were an old play-by-mail company.
Oh, God. Okay.
It was an old play-by-mail company. They did games like Hyborian War, the Forgotten Realms, PBM game, and a Duel 2 or Duel Masters PBM game. Hyborian War is regarded as like the first actual like play-by-email game that people still play today. It's insane.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
It's all tied together.
They were advertised in Dragon Magazine, weren't they?
Oh, yeah.
That company? Oh, wow.
Reality Simulations has been around since '84, and they are still going. And
amazing.
We found the website. It is literally, if you want to hear the .com bubble in a nutshell, it is www.reality.com.
Oh, wow.
I put it in the
you know they are for real. Oh, it's not on HTTP only.
We're dealing with Kino on the menu.
Holy fuck, this site is from 1984.
Wow.
But yeah, no, you can still, Hyborian War is still going. You can still get the rules.
God, no, it is just that small. It's not low res or anything. It's just, oh my God.
It's so small.
Cool player. Okay, yeah, please. Cool player links.
Yeah.
Well, this is like a link. Like, oh God, please go to my friend's website.
Exactly.
Amazing.
People still use it apparently. I looked it up. If you click on the actual images, it'll take you to the correct area.
Oh no! Like
Yeah,
how-
this was like just to get it's that weird situation when you realize like these guys have been around for a very long time, and like these guys were some of the first like PBM people around. It was like that's kind of a weird connection here. That's just such a
Yeah.
weird and
Is this-
strange like
a hyper strange connection is amazing. Like they never made a new website. That's great.
no,
Wow.
it's
Good
like,
for them. Good for them.
and
This
people
is-
still cite Hyborian Wars. That's the weird part. It's just like, oh yeah, no, it's still active. I'm like,
Wait.
no, this is insane.
Oh God. No, it's not.
I
I love this because this ties back into the fucking game we are talking about today. Because the dinosaurs play a role in Immortal.
it's all tied together.
Yes.
Wow.
Life is a loop. But yeah, looking into these guys a little bit, some other weird thing. I actually found where the lead guy is currently. For some reason, it's in Arizona. Again, he works at a BMW. It's clearly there. I found where he works.
Oh,
Just
God.
because it's following names, and was just like, oh, which is a weird thing to note because I've encountered more than a few like 90s devs now living in Arizona. It's really first time you're like, okay, that's the second time. When it's happened 4 times, you're like, okay, Arizona is apparently where old TTRPG devs go to retire. Like, but yes, this is some old stuff that Precedence was built to be like a merchandising arm of reality simulations.
DM. Holy shit.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
This is some old Kino on the menu here. Like, again, you see why I was like, this is more fascinating than
Yeah, this is.
like it's such a weird
It is.
connection.
God, this is a find. That's just Palm DM. Oh my God, it's. God, why?
Yeah, it's such a strange, like, you're like, what? Why is this a
Wait.
connection? This isn't real.
Wait.
Yeah, I feel like I'm looking at
What
somebody's
do you
like
mean
cassette
milk is
futurism
out?
fan
1980.
fiction.
I want to hunt down the rules for these games. Like, I just want to
Yeah.
find them and be like, here it is. You
I'm-
too can now play Duel 2.
You too can play this on your TI-83.
Like, what the
But,
fuck? Warrior skills, milk is out.
I did a little bit of looking. Precedence died in like 2002.
Oh,
They died a while ago, and they were like, "Oh yeah, no, we lost everything." Because the reason they died wasn't because, "Oh no, Immortal didn't do well." "Oh no, all of our weird licensed card games didn't do well," because they tried to get into collectible miniatures games.
oh no.
no.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
dead for over
they-
20 years, I guess, like Wikipedia says.
Yeah, like they tried to get into collectible miniatures games, and it didn't really go too hot. If you click on that first link there, it's sci-fi.com. It's the they died. They
Oh,
actually
no.
died their 22nd anniversary of dying.
Oh God, you know that.
occurred.
You know it's always good when it's only HTTP in these days.
Yeah, full
Since the theory is
liquidation sale.
closing.
Yeah.
The employees have been discharged effective March 8th. The volunteer call will remain to finish administrative affairs and to host a liquidation sale that will be held on March 13th until April 12th. Well, we missed that bus. We can't go there to buy miniatures, I guess.
It's over. Like one of the other weird things was, where was it? Oh yeah, we were also offering the intellectual property rights to the following game systems: Babylon 5, the Wheel of Time CCG, the Tomb Raider CCG, the Terminator CCG. And the weird thing, they offer the complete Star Legion's collectible miniatures game system and figures.
I have seen like one old pack of Babylon 5 cards in Germany in my game shop many years ago, like lying in one of those 50% off corners where no one would buy it. And then eventually,
it's-
like you said, it was gone, and I don't know if someone bought it or if they threw it away, but who knows?
Yeah, this was the company that did it, and Star Legions, I did manage to find it. It is almost impossible because of Star Wars Legions.
Yeah.
But it was like, yeah, they also had another one called Sack Wars or something.
What?
Yeah, Sack Wars. Let me see if I can find it again.
So
It was
they
Sack Armies, sorry.
notably they aren't offering that, and they also aren't offering Immortal. Those are spoken for. Those are too valuable to give away.
That's Sack Armies there. It's like I don't
One of these where everything is the hex.
Yeah, I think what happened was they made a gamble to try to get into this industry, and it did not pay off, and they just collapsed.
Yeah.
And that was I think that's one of the reasons why Immortal is now free, because for those who don't know, Immortal 3rd edition is technically free. You can get the game right now if the website is up, which it's not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's another one where you're like, I could do Immortal and know that's on a website, and then it wasn't because the website died. And then
I checked the Wayback Machine on it. It has been around for a while, and it's up. It's functional. They're like, we just need to move hosts. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah, we're moving hosts for at this point, half a year or something.
6 months, yes.
Yeah.
It's just one of those weird things with Immortal that gets more fascinating for everything leading up around it. You're like, what happened here? Of course we're going to get a bunch of Babylon 5 actors to do things because they needed them for the cards. So it's like, hey, would you like to pose for being this cool new role-playing game?
Yeah, but that's how Axel in chat says it correctly. What they should have done is made an MCU-style extended universe where the Terminator is on Babylon 5. That's how you get your money's worth out of those IPs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, make it all canon together. God, this is an interesting dive for sure.
It's just one of those weird situations where you're
this
like,
side
this isn't
sends
real.
me so hard. This is old even when it was made. I don't know when the site went up, but it was already old then.
We're dealing with some Kino 1980s website design. I'm like, this is what I live for. This is
amazing. All right. Well, that happened to the company, folks. We might refer back to this throughout the course of the rest of the show.
God,
I can't stop looking at it.
It's fascinating. It's utterly fascinating because we're literally looking at a piece of history here.
They put the pink lines in on purpose.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, that's HTML.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to realize this is a company that was weirdly chasing trends, and I think it just didn't do well. So if you want to know, why did this game get approved? Why does anyone like Immortal? The answer is because a bunch of old guys were like, hot damn, this old World of Darkness stuff is doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's doing gangbusters. We must find something that we can put in its skin, that we can hollow out the World of Darkness and put our thing in there. Because
I'll
put inside this sausage skin suit.
Yeah.
What do you mean one of our artists is willing to do this?
Yeah. Do you mean they have something lined the fuck up already? So, yeah, Immortal. I'll say, the cover isn't great, right? This isn't great, but this is also my kind of 1990s cover, though. I know some GURPS and stuff had similar things going on.
Oh, yeah.
So it's okay, not a lot of plays. And this putting not a bad foot forward with the art. It's going to get way worse as we continue, believe me that.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
the art goes back and forth. It's very weird.
Canonical happening of Among Us in this universe, maybe, possibly.
Yes. Minimum 3 players.
Yes, they're staring at each other. I'm not sure who's the killer. And then we come to the table of contents, which sucks, which is very sad because this book is very hard to read.
I mean, I don't know about you. I mean, going to chapter 5, Perpetual Society.
Yeah,
that makes complete sense. It would be like 3 different lore sections.
Yeah, haphazardly shotgunned into this book. So I know when you wrote your Heartbreaker game, it's hard to do a content index because you just basically came all over your pages, so you're spent and you don't want to do more. But please put more fucking page numbers in this. Like, this is so unhelpful. This game is not easy to understand, mainly because of its language, but the other reason is that you can't find anything. Because they made some really terrible decisions when it comes to readability in this book, which we're gonna get to.
Mm-hmm. There's so much dead space.
Yeah,
so much. So many parts of this book.
Yeah.
Right.
Why is there a translator's note?
Well, that's the weird thing.
Yeah.
The translator's note is in here because it's an in-universe translator's note to make sure that you know that there are terms that aren't a part of real language that they've translated for us because we need to put ourselves in there. It's like, I don't know if any of you realized throughout the book there are little notes of different words.
No. The thing
goes through the entire book.
I was laughing as myself reading this book for the very. Why would they be translated? So this is not an English game. These names also not English. No, some guy, Jonathan of Marsala in 1993, in World translated this book for us. Somehow, I guess these Immortals have measured their abilities into stat points. Because what? It's a baffling decision on every level. But well, and we come to this page, which I refuse to read because this is fucking terrible. Like, I can't. It sends me so hard. The white then black then white then black text, and it's no. Bye.
See,
we have another page of stuff.
All we need now is the little frog. Just put the little clip art frog. Graphic design is my passion.
Oh yeah, I mean, like they wanted to use this hand photo, and neither black nor white looked good, so they decided to go with the third option. They shouldn't have, but whatever. This is also a first indicator of that we are kind of in whatever the fuck. 12,471 BC. Like, some guy wrote that down before we invented writing, or I guess talked about it, and then we remembered for 10,000 years or something, or 5,000.
It sounds like someone didn't read the timeline.
No, I read the timeline. The timeline is the next thing. Like,
it's like, oh my, someone didn't read the timeline.
No, but my point is that humanity didn't have writing in 12,000 BC. I don't think we did.
No, you gotta remember it's the sanctuary. You don't understand.
No, indeed I don't understand the sanctuary, but we know that the sanctuary appears out of the crucible and is shattered into shards of conundrum in 65 million BC. And this is the moment where you're like, okay, I tried. I went past your like very deep few pages of stuff that are setting me like a mood. I understand that. And then you come here and are like, what the fuck does any of that mean?
Now, I want everyone to everyone watching, I want you all, as we're going through the amazing lore, to close your eyes and imagine yourself as a 1980s rock star super god, striving out there, literally everywhere you go. Guitar follows you, and then putting pen to paper while it lights on fire. That is how this book was written.
Yeah,
or with a lot of trucks in the 80s.
Oh, well, for sure.
We are reviewing this on 420, so
yeah. I also
very fitting.
Ethical Explosives, thank you for the follow. Hello.
Hello, Ethical.
God, yeah, but you know, I don't think we have to explain further what happened. It's pretty clear that 65 million BC this happened with the sanguinary and stuff. So let's just go to the 3 million years later. Various saurian species symbiotically joined to the conundrum, become immortal. These creatures, the Absulum, hunt the rest of the surviving dinosaurs to extinction.
Yes. Immortal space dinosaurs destroyed the dinosaurs. Sorry, sheeple. I don't know if you're paying attention.
Like, modern conspiracy theories have nothing on this book. Like, you could make this into a religion, genuinely.
You can make this the plot of Iron Sky 3, and it would be fine.
And, spoiler alert, the Absulum turn out to basically be dragons within this game. Then 60 million BC, so it takes 2 million years to kill the dinosaurs, I assume, I guess, or nothing happened, who knows. The Sanderion, a tree whose roots reached into the crucible after the sanguinary's arrival, attained sentience and began spreading seedlings throughout the dominions. Yeah.
Now, I want you all to know there are 4 capital words here.
Yeah.
We don't really know what any of these are.
No.
But we know that the Sudarian from the Crucible and the Sanguinary definitely did something with the Dominions.
Yeah. Sorry, before we keep going, I must point one thing out. Sorry, I'm going to scroll down a little bit. Which is one of the worst and most baffling decisions in the book, which is that the lexicon of the book is going to be in this little box at the bottom of some of the pages during the book. Meaning, if you want to look up sanguinary, well, find it, I guess. Like, somewhere in this book, there's going to be a sanguinary explanation. But good luck finding it, because some pages don't have anything. Some pages have 3 of them. And all of these are also just like, let's read a random one. Ancient regime. An immortal who has never entered Leth, compared with Ingwin. So you're sitting here like, okay, I now know what this is. No, I must now look up Leth and Ingwin, because they haven't been mentioned before. And then where's that? Well, yeah, again, good luck. So if you want to know what these words mean, you won't know. Throughout most of this book, you will
you
not
think that's the point?
understand.
Like, it's deliberately confusing you, be like, nah, don't worry about it.
Yes.
They're all alphabetical, yes.
Yes, they're alphabetical. And the crowning jewel of that, if we go all the way down, right? If you go to the end of the book, come on, load, is that at one point, towards almost the very end of it. Okay, it's before all of the weapons, which is also its own fucking can of worms. So yeah, they run out of fucking pages. So the lexicon from TE to Z is on 2 pages.
You're like, oh yeah, here's the rest of the lexicon. You're like, no.
Like, this is legitimately the worst decision I've ever seen to make a book. Like, it destroys the readability completely.
The translator obviously thought this was important.
Yeah.
You understand? This is on purpose.
Like, it's so bad. Also, like, again, it's random what pages it's on. Like, you have to literally flip through this book 10,000 times to maybe find the thing you're looking for. And then there's also like a shitty glossary, which only explains some of the terms are in here. Like sanguinary, for example, no. It's a sanguinary. Actually, sorry, excuse me, it's here. It's on every page. Excuse me. But not every term that you want to find is here, believe me. Also, this is only their game terms. This is not rules. So you will not be able to find the rules easily at all in this book.
No.
Oh, whatever. Let's go back to the timeline, because it's fucking fascinating.
The timeline is arguably the most amusing part, because you read it and you're like, this is insane. However, I'm kind of invested. You're like, it's like a car accident. You can't help but keep watching.
Yeah. The timeline, like, it draws you in with its fucking weirdness, because you don't know. Like, okay, I guess it took 10 million years for the Synedrian, sorry, I said it wrong the first time, to do that root thing, to grow in there. The dinosaurs were already done. I guess we were chilling. I know that they built an interstellar empire, but they don't mention that here. Don't worry about it, though.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Who needs it? Don't worry.
Yeah.
Dragons is bad. Who cares?
Then 10 million years later, the Tauthite Morrigan prides come into being. What's that? Well, who knows?
It's 22 million BC, height of special dinosaur alien civilization.
Yes.
Yep.
This is what I mean. This is an interstellar dinosaur dragon civilization, but the dragons are also immortal, which I guess would help to make the interstellar civilization. Whatever. 3 million years later, traditional date when the Arachne took control of the hive and became a pride. So we have apparently 3 prides mentioned so far.
Yes, but it's just like, 3 prides. You just nod your head. You're like, oh, it's going to get a lot worse.
Yeah. The Absulin Samuel engenders the Anopheles. I know what some of these words mean. I don't know if the author knew what they mean, because I don't know what the sentence is supposed to tell me.
I think there is a book. This guy has a book next to his, next to his bed that he wakes up in a cold sweat at 3 a.m, grabs it, writes it down. There's hundreds of these books.
Yeah.
You open up the closet, hundreds fill out. Be like, don't worry, the lore, it makes sense.
It's all connected.
Yeah, it's that pinboard meme, right? When you guys shouting.
It's totally that.
Like, but what's like genuinely kind of amazing about this is that this was done in 1994. This was published, ergo written prior to that. This is before you could easily get like all of your synonyms and stuff for words from the internet. Like someone sat down and really came up with a bunch of words here.
Someone was in a library, writing these things down
for sure. So, and then, well, it's like 11.5 million years, everything is fine. But then the Absulim fight a war with the primals, and the Absulim ascendancy or supremacy is ended.
Oh no, not the primals.
Yeah, again, it's one of those things where you realize that it is like 15 million years, effectively, between the height and the end, and it's taking place in about 4 lines.
Yeah.
Every timeline should start 50 million years before current day. Exactly. 65 million, thank you very much.
Yeah. The oldest one is 65 million when the Sanguinary appears. We all know what that is, so we're not going to go over that page again, folks.
As you must know already.
Yes. Another million years later, the Anopheles summon the Trine, the Rukshasa, the Dracul, and the Leviathan out of the Crucible to protect them from their enemies.
Yeah, Rakshasa aren't cool enough. We have the Rakshasa.
Yeah, mind you, I realized later on that these are just all single entities. Yeah. Like the Dracul is not the Dracul as they are later. It is the Dracul.
Yeah, it's literally. Yeah. These aren't prides yet. They are dudes or women or who knows. Oh my god. Pride Perry comes into existence. Nice. It's 1.5 million years later. Like these people really had a lot of free time back then.
Yeah, they did.
And then we are at 400,000 BC suddenly. That's we are getting way more accurate now. We're really zooming in. It's where the shattering happens. Yes, Bopheles right against the Sanguinary's forces and destroy the Malice Shard. Ooh. The twin worlds of the mortal habitat and immortal dominions become separated by the cataclysm.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I see where World of Warcraft got all its ideas.
Yeah, this is...
I want you to imagine you're an editor on this, and you just see this timeline, and you're like, what? You know what? Yeah, okay, fine. Stamp of approval.
Yeah.
We're gonna make millions.
Yeah. There's 2 ways that can go. Either you become just as crazy and as you understand all of this, or you just stamp it and say, yeah, it's great. It's great. I totally read this.
Please get out of my office. I feel like in danger.
It is very possible this was published because people felt threatened. And then a mere 30,000 years later, the blink of an eye on the scale of time so far, first contact with the bête noire, animals under the possession of the sanguinary's intelligence. Intelligence, by the way, written wrong. But whatever, this is the least of the book's problems. I'm going to dwell on it. The bête noire, bête noire, I have no idea.
I don't know.
You can't expect me to pronounce this right, folks.
It might be noire to them.
Yeah, the thing that they're the first real instance you learn about them outside schizo lore is a cat assaulting a man and nearly killing him.
Yeah.
Like a house cat like assaults a man with a shotgun.
Wasn't the detail also the cat's claws were poisoned as well?
Yes, exactly. This poison is really important.
So I want to now pose to chat. Please, if you can, because I just read Ethical Explosives say, I want this timeline to get more and more specific until by the end it's giving the time of day and specific dates. Well, Flooded, it will. So please, please imagine in your mind palace and tell us what specific things they could reference. This timeline, I believe, ends in 1993 or 7, I forgot.
Yes, specifically 1993 when this book was published.
It does reference a few real-life events. So what real-life events could possibly be in here? Please give it your best shot while we continue.
You know what I'm going to say, You know what I'm going to say. The fall of Shady Sands.
Wagon Skeleton 1! Wagon Skeleton 1! It's in there! I forgot it.
Yes.
You know, yet.
I'm unsure if the USSR falling is also in. I forget. This is too insane. Well, okay, but we'll get to that. So, 50,000 years later, humans destroy the Red Shard, the core conundrum of the Sanguinary's consciousness. Sanguinary narrowly avoids destruction by fleeing into the mortal dream state. Over the eons, it forms the Morpheum. What eons? The eons are up here. This is not eons anymore, is it? What's an eon? What's that defined as? Anyway, if you understand anything so far, please let us know. We don't. I'm not gonna the whole book is like this, just to be clear. And
it's great.
It is great, but it's also unreadable to me personally because I cannot remember these names, these words. It's impossible. What I do in my head is I replace them with normal words. Sanguinary is the devil, for example. I don't that's what happens in my brain. But there's so many that I can't do it, and then it just stops working and I die. Anyway, 20,000 years later, probable discovery of Religarum, that force by which twilights begin reshaping many immortal into false bodies, according to human superstitions and beliefs. This is a cool concept they have in this thing.
Also, for those who don't know, twilights are human beings.
Yes, twilights are human beings.
They live such short lives that they are referred to as twilights. I didn't know that the first bit. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
No, I didn't either, and I kept thinking, what is this pre-Stephanie Meyer? What's going on here?
Yeah. No. So what they are saying here, because this is a concept I understood actually, is there's these immortals around and they do bullshit, and they're supposed to basically not be noticeable to people. But sometimes people do see them, and then they can, especially if they fucked with them, can be like, oh no, I hate dogs, or some sort of dog creature fucked with me, and I know that it happened. And then your immortal grows a dog head or something like that. There's always pages and pages of this.
Yes.
So sorry.
Yeah, effectively, everyone is supposed to be mythological creatures of some variety.
Yeah.
And because people believe in you, you will be that. It was like,
yep.
Oh.
It's a cool concept. This could be a cool concept for something. It doesn't really work here because nothing really works here. We'll get to that. Prime Nimrod is engendered within the garden. Garden capitalized, so you know it's a place. Which happens 56,000 years later. We are getting more accurate here. Fried Terrat emerges from Underworld for the first time. 99,000 BC. 65,600. Traditional date for the appearance of the prides of the Eremites and the Magdalene. The entity known as the Solitaire builds Atlantis, gathering wayward immortals under her protection. It's interesting that they have words like Magdalene and stuff where, okay, you could say that maybe the immortal name influenced stuff that Twilight's named later. Oh, it's so deep.
Mm-hmm.
God. Do we want to read all of this? Because it continues like this, or is this...
let's do some important ones.
Yeah, please.
Of course, in 65,200 BC, it's the start of the Shouting War, which lasts 50 millennia, otherwise known as a single line, a deadly disease known as the lash, spawned from the ripple caused by using serenades. This makes no sense for someone who doesn't understand. However, you always have... Immortal the Invisible War works off symphogear logic. You have to sing at each other to kick the shit out of one another.
Yep.
The Shouting War was this them yelling really loudly at one another and causing the destruction of reality.
Yep.
Let's see. A bunch of immortals died. Where was... yes. The second avatar of the Sanctuary, the Dust, or the Dust Man, as he is referred to as later, appears in the habitat.
You can now unspoiler exactly that the habitat is Earth. There we go.
Effectively, Pride Nimrod, which is really fun to say, they win, and they force everyone into Jewish hell. Sheol. Congratulate, everyone's going to Sheol now. Which you realize there are different, dealing with the weird part is that these are called the tribes in 3rd edition. I'm like, oh no. There's Jewish mythology. I'm like, oh yes, finally, I feel represented. Everyone lives in peace in Atlantis. And then immediately after, Atlantis is destroyed.
I think to be fair, it's 200 years of peace.
It's just very funny. Being just everyone lives in peace. It is destroyed.
Filter back into the... So Atlantis apparently was not on Earth because they filter back to the habitat after this.
Yeah, so for some other interesting notes, the flood was caused by Pride Morgan. The Dracul, who is a giant spirit dragon, makes his own people.
Yeah, this is now Pride Dracul, yeah.
Yes, the Horned Lord, who is another being entirely, who is also special, bangs a lot of people and creates Pride Phoenix in Troy, which then causes Troy to explode.
Yeah.
Let's see some other, literally, the Arcade, an immortal association of organized criminals, come into being.
Oh no. Yeah, because if I'm an immortal being, what I really want to do is crime.
I can only assume Tony Soprano is in fact. Technically, Alexander the Great is still alive. He wasn't assassinated. He was secretly always there because he got initiated into Prime.
That's the thing they can do to you. They can make you immortal. That's very important. Yeah, it's very important.
The Eremites destroy Carthage. Immediately after, the Eremites burn Rome. King Arthur does show up. This is an important plot point. The Dustman comes back, kills 100 million people.
Yeah, in 542 AD, Is that a reference? That's not the plague. That's too early. Why did he do this?
I think I don't know, but yes.
Like,
so 100 million people just die.
Like in 42 AD, 100 million people is a lot of people. That's
to correct slightly. Yes, the bubonic plague did spread in that year.
Oh, is that the bubonic plague? 540? Isn't that too early?
No, it spread. It was the plague of Justinian.
Oh,
it literally spread from Egypt in that year. It's referring to the real world.
Yeah,
see,
no, this is you'll
okay.
Yeah, you get some. Yes, and as Sunder is talking about, there is an important super relic called the Darkle.
Yes, the Darkle.
There are some words in this that Twitch will not appreciate.
No.
Just this.
No. Also, when you look at it first, it looks like it says Darky, which is even worse.
I when I was reading that, I'm like, what the hell? Now, this is one of those very weird moments that we have to remember. 1212 AD, the Children's Crusade sends 50,000 children against the Sarsans. Believed destroyed, many become immortals to sustain the fading Peri pride. This is a plot point that most of the Peri pride are supposed to be between 8 to 13 years old.
Yeah, because when you're immortal, you stop age. What makes no sense? Okay, whatever.
Yeah, it's a very strange thing being like, yeah, a lot of the Children's Crusade is now just immortal. I'm like, all right. Oh yeah, and then Kublai Khan is assassinated by a giant spirit dragon.
Yeah.
As is known.
Yeah, totally. Actually, going to this take. Oh, Joan of Arc was a Magdalene. Makes sense. Wow.
Yes. Also, Shakespeare accepts patronage from the Magdalene, who are not very nice. And later escapes their influence.
He tries.
The one that jumped out at me was Nostradamus takes control of the Apocrypha, which is basically the Illuminati.
Yes, Nostradamus was the head of the Illuminati. Then you have the Great Fire of London, 1666. Is cornered in London. Immortals corner the literal manifestation of plague and nightmares in London and burn London to the ground. Unfortunately for everyone, London survived.
It's kind of everything. At least the plague is dead, I guess. I don't know.
Now, mind you, you might say, "Oh, hey, glimpse," and this. No, we're still on the timeline.
Yeah.
These are just random little story bits.
This is just a little story we will not be reading. Yeah.
Let's see. We also have the French Revolution was caused by immortals.
Yeah, by a mysterious artifact. Yeah, it's called.
Yes.
What the fuck do you mean, the guillotine? Get it?
Yeah, it's a magic guillotine. Don't you know? Technically, the Titanic was killed by Leviathan.
Cause.
Yes. Then we have the first appearance of the Silhouette, the current avatar of the Sanguinary, 1925. Effectively, an internal power struggle within the Eremites resulted in Germany's bid for world conquest.
Yeah, again, Eremites, you know, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
My sample character was an Eremite, so I researched into them a little bit.
Oh no, you made a sample character?
Of course I did.
Oh god.
John Highlander.
John Highlander.
No, he's called John Zeistlander.
As we know, Gandhi was also assassinated after supporting the Celestials. And of course, JFK was assassinated by the Arachne.
Yeah, but it's a byproduct. It's just like he died not on purpose, you know?
You see?
Yeah. So that strikes Pakistan, causing death of 500,000. Like, the stakes do be lowering here. First, it's all dinosaurs, and it's 100 million people, and it's 500,000.
Yeah,
I don't know.
The Silhouette strikes New York and blacks out the city.
Yeah.
And then the Femme Darkle is stolen. The Invisible War begins. End of the Exodus. The Waking Age. Now, yeah, come on.
Darkle.
I'll have you know, the Femme Darkle is a very important artifact.
It's like, why of all the names in all the books, why is it the Femme Darkle?
Now, the interesting note, and why I'm somewhat terrified to read 3rd edition. This 3rd edition came out after a very special event here in the U.S.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh
There
yeah.
is
Oh.
a non-zero chance that an Immortal
Yeah.
in a power struggle for reality caused 9/11.
Probably the Dracul again. Fucking Dracul.
Well, the Dracul. It's the Dracul, not
Yeah.
Dracul. It's a
Yeah.
T.
Yeah. The
He's
guy.
dead.
Oh. I guess
He got assassinated at some point. Literally, it's like a little side note. Be like, yeah, he died outside of China. I'm like, what? Oops.
Oops.
Like, all right. But yeah, this is, and then just hover over the art piece there.
Oh, you mean
so
this?
people know. No, the one below that, right at the end of the timeline. This is like this is how we end this timeline.
Yeah.
Oh no! Literally, end of the reality. Here's my new persona. It's amazing. It's Shalala the 9/11 hijack.
Okay, and now to very quickly say why this is fucking dumb and terrible. This is literally a giant pile of and then this happened, which is not that's not history. It's just a bunch of like useless information, and it doesn't help you at all to understand what's going on. Like, it should be very obvious, but I still want to point it out. Like, if you write history, it should be about why stuff happened, not that just that stuff happened. What is this Arachne plot that assassinated JFK? That would be the interesting question, but nah, fuck it. They just like, kill him.
Product.
Yeah. I want you to remember as well, people. This is page 15.
Yeah. Oh my god, with such sites to show you. But then we have like several pages of more story stuff, which again, I'm sorry, we can't. We would be here all week.
Yeah, no, the lore is
even more lore.
The lore is a little bonkers.
Here's a little bit of live play, maybe. No, it's still lore.
Also,
Among Us.
The Apocrypha, because they're going to be mentioned a few times. They are sorcerers who want to subjugate all immortals under their control by believing in them too hard.
Mm-hmm.
They are also known as the Hellfire Club because we jokingly referred to this as in the chat. It was we had Deus Ex Immortal, the Invisible War review. When you realize that Deus Ex, this is effectively just magic Deus Ex plot. It's like, oh, it makes sense. This is awful. Like, this is amazing.
I also want to point out, when I first read this book, right, I came here and was like, sanguinary. Oh, fuck, they're going to explain what the fuck a word means. You use all of your strength to destroy what you have named the sanguinary, and like fools don't understand what you are challenging. Our Lord is no monster as you would like him to be. He's a radiant, compassionate being who's exiled from the crucible, paves the way for his own malevolent enemies. You are the children of the sanguinary, whether you wish to embrace that legacy or not. You were created from this splintered body to champion his cause against our enemies in the crucible. Despite your delusions of free will, you will, in the end, beg to join the sanguinary as his zealous army. Last words of the Drove member Hatep Neferu prior of her execution before the jury, preserved in the Xabala tablets 1229 BC. 12029. So, no, you don't get to know what the sanguinary is.
That's like 4 different terms, by the way, and like 2 different groups that were mentioned in just that one sentence.
Welcome back, more. Like, the book really loves to do this, where it's like, oh, here's a term. Nah, it's not going to be any clearer now. Like, it also, like, randomly here, the babbler is just bolded. There's no very few other instances of this ever happening. And every time it does happen, it's a new word you don't know.
Anyway, guys, you aren't min-maxing your babbler score. Come on.
And
Come on, guys.
Like, and then here's actually explain what Twilight is. It's a human Cool.
Yes.
Thank you for being inconsistent.
We learned how to play on page 35.
Yeah, no, we don't.
Though.
No, we don't. This game fakes you out so hard.
We sort of learn.
No, we don't even get. We don't. We don't learn. I'm sorry, but this is not yet where we learn.
Yeah, we learned that this is a game.
Yeah, we learned that it's a game. We learned that you are in a cadre. You are supposed to form a cadre of immortals. And also
go to the hush hush place.
Yes, well. And also this is the place I believe where they tell you for the first time. By the way, the best way to play this is probably just to play yourself. Pretty sure that's in there somewhere. I'm not gonna find it now, but because that's one conceit this game really loves, and is really at the same time not really very clear about is you are supposed to make yourself as a character. And then pretend that you just woke up one day and realized you're immortal in a previous life. Or rather, that you somehow forgot you were immortal since previous life doesn't make sense in that case, whatever.
Yes, it's... the idea is that you're going to play yourself. And because you're playing yourself, this is your alter persona. This is the you that you are.
Yep.
It's your OC Donut Steel version of yourself. Of course, I made Jod Highlander here, who is a Highbinder, not a Highlander. Very specifically different. Now, what you're supposed to do, what I got from this, is that you all start with just a blank character sheet and your name. And then you discover more things. So it's, I want to be stronger. Okay, you have to then invest your memory motes into getting that.
Essentially, how it's supposed to do it is you have like your 15 set points that you can put somewhere, and you know that you have some other points you can buy stuff with. You're gonna get to it, and you're sitting there like, oh, a problem has appeared. Well, I want to solve it. What roll do I have to do? Oh, it's a blue roll. Worry about what the blue roll is later. Okay, I'm gonna put four dots into blue so that I have +4, and then later you will have less dots for other things. So you're gonna like specialize on the fly, basically. And that's an idea isn't terrible. The problem is that the game is so convolutedly weird that you don't really know what you're doing. The Immaculum, God.
Yeah, Immaculum, that one.
Yeah.
The important Immaculum.
Immaculum is immortal snacks, basically. They're immortal power. And immortals eat it and can take it from people, but the people might curse them with dog head or other things. There's a lot of it's how to play, and how to play is reading all these terms that we made up.
Also, this is also Highlander. They'll talk about this a bit, but as you scroll up there a little bit, you can see the fact that beheading is the only way to kill an immortal.
Yeah.
Yep. It's 1-for-1.
And we do learn this, of course, in the Himsati section, because don't forget, you can turn into your Fursona form, or Rockman form, or Flaming Fireman form, or Demi-Neanderthal man form.
Yes,
but
because
don't do that because the Sengi's kill you.
Yeah, because of all the obviously most of those prides, right, that we talked about, they came into existence before humanity was a thing. Those are the straight up animal people. And then you have the Magdalene, Perry was it, I think, who took all of those children. So they are children. And then you can also be a normal dude. You could be a dragon, a dinosaur guy. Anything is possible. Yeah, what is your oyster? But also you have to be in human form, because your true form will attract the sanguinary to you, and then he will fuck with you. So so
and
don't do it.
You realize the parry turn into weapons, which is the point. But that's not their final form, because they're actually stone people, as you all know. Of course, and you consult the extensive lore document. It's like, oh God, what? I was reading it, I'm listening. I'm high. Did I take something I wasn't supposed to? Did I eat that sandwich? There was something in it. I am insane. it is also very important that most horrible things that happened in life is Immortal, because if this is taking place during the 90s, so remember, the Yugoslavian conflict is still going on, and Immortals are behind it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yugoslavia broke up because of the Immortal. God, I love it.
It really is, like, the fact that you just sound like a crazy person talking about this more so than with most games is great.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like, you sound more sensible when you're saying, "Well, yeah, vampires, ancient Rome," but then you start saying immortals, but they can only be beheaded, and some of them are weapons that are actually rock people, and that's not their.
Because if it was just, hey, there are immortals, they've always been around, and now they're Highlander. All right, fine. It's the legally distinct Highlander RPG. But no, it keeps going.
It just layers upon layers. It's like ogres, except ogres aren't a thing.
Yeah.
So it destroys the link between their vox and the conundrum in their brains. Doesn't really make sense to me. Their vox, okay, I guess that's their lungs, maybe. Once done, the immaculum in the individual spirits, and the imsati form of the immortal is released. To enter the blue air as a gossamer, or to remain in the habitat and search for immaculum that will allow it to restore its evolved form. So you don't really kill an immortal. They either become a ghost, which is a gossamer, or they just remain, I guess, as a corpse, question mark? Or maybe they're still a gossamer, who knows? And then you can grab some immaculum that's lying around and make yourself a new body, basically. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's the weird thing is, because your voice, because of the serenades and the magic keeping everyone together, the what you have to do is destroy their vocal cord. That is how you kill an immortal. Because remember, they're not immortal. No, they vibrate with motion, therefore preventing the aging process. That is a plot point.
Yeah.
And immortals vibrate really hard, therefore ignore aging.
Yeah, but again, even if you cut them apart, they're still a gossamer. They aren't dead. You can play a gossamer. They allow you to do that.
Yeah, you can play a gossamer if you want. You're like, yeah, no, here's my. Yeah, I can play a ghost.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, totally. Like, no.
Like, I imagine like 8 hippies sitting around the table, being like, taking like the big hits, and then this guy's like, dude, I like that gossamer. Can I play one? Yeah, man, totally. Like, and then one guy is sitting next to it, just writing it all down for later, for publication. Like, it's so weird.
Just sitting there being this like, oh man, my immortal died. Being like, but I like this character. I want to keep playing my.
Yeah.
Like, well, gossamers are technically thinking. Meanwhile, the writer brain blasting in the corner. Holy shit. I need all this in volume 7. Like.
And yeah, so there's just a lot of words. Yeah,
yes,
I can't.
This is also important. They never talk about this. I never saw anything with it. There's the idea of avatars. Because have any of you seen the movie Split?
Oh God,
Shyamalan.
Oh no, yeah,
Oh, no.
I'm saddened to say
the
that.
movie Split is this.
Yeah, it's true.
It is, that is the literal idea, that as in you have multiple yous inside of you, and one of them will attempt to fight out if you do something wrong.
Yep.
And I'm like, that's just the plot split. So M. Night Shyamalan is actually an immortal. That's why he keeps getting money. Up. Wake up, sheeple.
It's true. Yes, because you like play. What if your player's like, I don't want to play myself? Then you can say, oh, an older you could come out and take over, and then
I think that's the point. Like,
yeah.
What? They don't talk about it. They're like, yeah, here's like this important weird bit by. I'm like, that's an entire game unto itself.
Slaw ends up feeling a lot like Yes and the game show where you have to yes and everything or you die. Like,
oh yeah, the panacea, where technically you can get shot, and you heal immediately from it.
Yep. The thing is,
cold weapon.
Yes, you have to. Your auras have to intermingle for damage to be done. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter. Stuff like that. That's why Immortals fight in close quarters and shout at each other, obviously, to do that, because that's...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But there's also 5 pages of weapons. Don't ask me why.
Yeah, 5 pages of weapons. Lots of ranged
Really
ones,
overly detailed weapons.
Yes, 9 axes, 7 of which you can throw.
Yeah,
and some of them felt copy-pasted from 2nd edition D&D. Well, why do we have 12 swords? Because it was in 2nd edition D&D.
Oh, yeah. So, oh, God, I can't wait to get to the skill list. Okay, let's just go over. So, we can't go over all this. It's impossible.
No,
We're going to be...
impossible.
Yeah.
Again, basic things to know. Poison will fuck you up.
Yeah.
Because you don't process poison. You get tainted by doing bad things, but not.
Yeah.
And, whatever your Hisati is, your fursona, other animals of your fursona do not like you if you are tainted in a way. So if you're like a cat man doing catman things, house cats will attempt to assault you if you dare get in their presence.
Don't ask me how that works if a human, like some of these are humans, right? Like even originally,
yes.
So are humans attacking them?
Technically, your Hisati, what would happen is that you piss off apes. Because that's a big thing with the Eremites, is that they only accept people with human Hisati. So you have to become a Neanderthal. You become a human plus, otherwise known as a Neanderthal. And being 450-pound Neanderthal really does highlight the best parts.
Totally.
Yes.
Okay, let's get to the dice system, because so far we have insane law. We can tick that box off like 5 times. But what about the dice system? Well, the dice system works off of hostiles. What are hostiles? Well, don't worry about it now. Anyway, if you're rolling d10s in this house, any 0 reroll counts as a 0 and is an automatic failure. Any 9 reroll is an automatic crit. / good success, whatever. The more 9s that you roll, the better. And I guess if you roll only 9s at once, they cancel each other out. They don't really say that part. And you have a halo. And you have modes in the halo. And you have up to 15 modes in the halo. And human maximum is 5. But human average is 2. And it goes to 15. It's an optimum immortal on the verge of IDOS. So you almost own a company.
Yep, you almost produced Tomb Raider.
Yes. And what are these halo things? Well, they're colors of your halo, of course. There's red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet. And they stand for your resolve, your force, your expertise, your movement, your awareness, and your resilience, specifically.
Also, Atrax. Yes, a blackie is a term used in the book.
Yeah, let me find it. Here it is.
Yeah, that's
a bête noire. It's a blackie.
Of course. We're citing this very nicely. However,
yep. Oh God!
Yes,
don't cancel me.
The stats make sense if you don't think about it too hard. Just understand that if you look at them for too long, they stop making sense.
Yes. Yep. I want to also point out that this page is literally Blackie Pokemon Blitzkrieg.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah. Okay. No. Let me before I lose my thread. Let me go back to this. Okay. Yes. So you have points in this, which give you +1 to your color. What is a color? Well, let's go over force, because it's kind of an easy one to explain. For orange says how strong you are physically, how much you can lift, and so on. And so, under normal circumstances, if you're just like, oh, I would like to go for a walk, you don't have to roll that because it's just a normal thing you do. But if there's like, oh well, but it's icy out because it rained and it froze over, then you would get a hostile die, which is in the case of what I just said, I would assume green hostile because it's icy and it's hard to move. So then I get a target number of say 7 because it's icy, and I have to roll my green die, and get with die plus bonus a 7 or more. Otherwise I fall on my ass. And for every negative thing that's in the situation, I have to roll that die. So if there's also like a man trying to wrestle me while I'm on the ice, that's an orange hostile.
Yep.
And if it's like, I don't know, if it's also a snowstorm, it's a blue hostile because I can't see shit anymore. And if any of those dice shows a singular 0, it's a botch roll on a D10.
Now, this is important as well, is all of those dice have a different target number.
Yes, they do, which is really the worst. Yeah, like ice on the ground, like 7. A guy wrestling me is the guy's strength. Whatever you rolled, maybe. I don't know if that's even a thing in this game. And
yes, it would be if someone is grappling you, someone has grabbed you, that's technically a different roll, and you would have to make a different check based on his strength relative to your strength.
Yeah.
And then on top of all of that,
so
it's like
people who have played a game like this, any game before, have immediately seen a very interesting way this can be played. Namely, so when we play this game together, which obviously we are going to do, like this is the announcement now that we are going to do a 1-year campaign of this. Drake, you're carrying the flashbangs. The notepad, you are going to have like the loop that you spread on the ground, and I'm going to what do? I shoot everyone with like a t-shirt cannon. So and then they all get 3 hostile dice that they have to roll to do anything. And if you roll a 0 on any of them, whatever you're trying to do fails. And also this is the thing that I mentioned later. If you fail a roll, the next roll is 1 harder for some reason.
Well, yeah. The weird thing with that, again, if it was just D10 versus a target number, at the end of the day, that's all this is. D10 versus target number. All right, this makes sense. This is easy.
Yeah.
But then it's like, okay, well, there's multiple D10s that you have to be different target numbers with. Okay, we're already getting a little insanity.
Yes.
That's a little bit cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but all right, I can manage this. It's not only that, but there are success levels. So if you roll really well on one, you can then add those success levels to another one if it didn't do well.
Yep.
So you may succeed on one die, take your success levels, put it to another one. It's like, yes, this is how I succeed. I'm like,
sorry, you go.
In a weird situation, you may want to put yourself in a disadvantageous situation with like 3 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Blow past it, use all of those extra successes, and then add on to a difficult roll.
Yeah, because the rules as written don't allow you to just be awesome and do something really cool. You don't have to roll if it's easy, but if there's like, oh, someone threw like a bit of water on the ground, that's technically a green hostile because moving through it I could slip, right? Like it's soapy water, let's say. So if I have a 10 in green and like the difficulty is 3, I've already done it, so it becomes then I do really well on the thing I'm trying because I rolled for it. Like the rules are not very well cooked, I would say.
No. Like my analysis of this after hearing both of you explain it in different ways and having read it earlier today and possibly years ago, because I have a fever dream where I read this years ago at a used bookstore. This is a perfect system for a cartoon game.
Yeah, it actually is. It's,
Perfect for a cartoon game.
if it wasn't so complicated, I guess most roles are meant to have like maybe one hostile, maybe two in it.
Yeah.
See, the weird thing is, if you scroll down a little bit, you see the success in a non-combat situation. That rule, those rules are really weird because, like, if you're just not opposed by something, if there's nothing actively opposing you, you instantly succeed. There's no question about it. It is just, oh hey, something may be challenging you. So I guess the situation is less, oh well, we want to be in a, we want to min-max or whatever. It's, hey, we want to get into a situation where there is no challenge because we instantly succeed.
Yeah.
This does lead to a weird situation where technically, if you are in combat and there is zero challenge, technically
Yeah.
you would be able to hit automatically. So if you ever remember, kids, anytime you're in a combat situation, just win.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, just perfect ambush them, draw, katana slice their head off with your, and be like, haha, look at me, I am John Highlander.
Yes. Like,
It's amazing.
like if it was just this, by the way, I would say, oh, it's a pretty simple system. Like it can get complicated, but mostly it won't be. Like, how often are you really going to be challenged on like more than two of these at the same time? This seems kind of playable, question mark. But then we're gonna get to the skill section in a little bit, and I just die.
Like, you could clearly tell that someone could play this game.
Yeah.
If they just use that. If you read the quick start rules in the back, you're like, okay, this is completely reasonable.
Yeah.
Then you look at it, you're like, no.
The issue, like I have a specific issue with those quick start rules, but I don't. It is that they don't tell you how many points you get.
Yeah, just wing it, man. Just
Yeah,
wing it.
you find them in the other quick start rules that are also in this book.
In the main book.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Here's a random system terms, which is not encompassing at all of what all of the terms are.
Mind you, this is important as well. These are not. I learned something horrifying. These are not system terms necessarily.
No.
These are just. These are the names for mechanics, but not actually what they are or anything like that.
Yep.
It'd be like, oh, let's name every single spell because that's a system term. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. Like,
also,
what?
Also, this list of terms that might be important to you because you don't understand what is going on in this book. It's just randomly here on page 54, 55, 56, where you will never find it again, except by leafing through the book again.
And then you also start getting, see, the one thing with the terms that are also interesting is that they have something that makes sense, but then they will name it something different.
Yeah.
Because combat actions are called escapades.
Yeah.
Why? Because God is dead, I guess.
And then also, they say that a clash is 3 seconds in combat, and there's 10 clashes in a combat turn. What?
Yeah.
Yes.
What?
Combat turn. Because the combat term is that you could. Okay, we got to get the we get the combat. It makes both zero and so much sense.
It's.
Oh yeah, then we have the second lore section of Perpetual Society.
Yes, we have another lore section after the first one, which is more like about like the society actually. It's like Nietzsche quotes and this is actually kind of cool looking. I give them that. Like, some of this is not terrible. Most of the art is pretty bad though. And then they explain you like what the people do, maybe what a primal is, solitaire, blah 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 blah. Oh, look at this guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
God.
yeah.
Looks like
wake up in the middle of the night.
yeah, sleep paralysis. Even looking at you.
I'm surprised they didn't have a tiger burning bright quote right there.
They also reuse art, which we're gonna find soon.
Yeah, here's where you learn how technically immortals procreate.
It's
A weird amount of procreation, and then the Illuminati is the Apocrypha. Yet
Yeah.
And the prides are the different kinds of immortals. There's Club Eternity. That stuff, when it's operated by immortals in the habitat, used as access points to mantles, as well as safe houses for immortals. See also Radio Eternity. So, again, habitat, the world, mantles, don't know yet. Like, God. Here's the different tribes, but we're gonna get more of that later, so I'm not gonna prides. I'm sorry, not tribes.
The first of like 3 different explanations of the prides.
Yeah, it's so weird. And these are like, this is kind of very much the equivalent of like your vampire clans and whatnot.
Yeah, these are your splats.
Yeah, except not on yet. They become splats later.
Yeah, they give you the tiny explanation here, and then later, oh, here's all the stuff that you need to know.
We're not going to go over this because it's more interesting to go over them a bit later.
Yeah, you also get some weird terms in here which they'll talk about. This is important if you want to ever read this book, because they'll say like, "Oh, it's a coup." What do you think a coup is?
I don't know.
Just make a guess, chat. I believe in you. What do you think a coup is? When I say I coup you, what do you think is happening?
Oh, good thing teacher didn't pick me.
Come on, I believe in all of you guys. You know this. It's a coup. It's very simple.
Tony the Tiger.
Because all a coup is, of course, as you all know, the public embarrassment of one's pride by another. Used to judge the strength of the pride. They will use the idea of, oh, you have to coup someone. And I don't know about you guys. When I hear the word coup, I don't think of public embarrassment.
No. It's very. Oh, yes, the Darkade. It's not the Darker. It's the Darkade.
Yes.
Sorry.
Femdarkle, as one might know.
No, this is the different thing.
Yeah.
Black Market and Criminal Organization of the Immortals, composed mostly of solitaires, whose existence maintains the city of Nivalea, yeah, and its hoarded treasures. Influential members control the hailstones, fragments of the Malice shard that allow entrance into Nivalea from any location. Partially because of this advantage, they are tolerated by the Perpetual Society so long as they remain out of sight. Of course.
Of course. You're useful criminals.
Yeah.
You can still be the Don, Tony, so long as you do this. Oh,
playing this with the guy who wrote it must have been the most surreal, greatest experience of all time. It's because he would know all these things. And he could. If you were to ask this guy, hey, what's the arcade? You would just see him snap into attention and be like, well, in volume 7, you're like, if you read this, you'd be like, oh, this is it. This is everything you need.
I think that might also be the only way to play this game. Because I don't want to learn the terms. I don't want to lose my sanity. I already have a low stat. But then we have the random terms again. Yeah, please, Drake.
I have a comment about the coup thing. If they had just said counting coup, then we would have thought about the other definition of coup instead of.
Yeah.
Oh my God! These little things.
It's a dozen. The thing with this game that it's hard to. You have to read it to really get it. I think since we all did, it makes sense. Yep. There is a term that makes sense. Let's put another word there that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But then we pretend that it does.
Yep.
Exactly.
And that's for every single thing.
And I really believe that the author did that for every sentence in the book at least twice. Like, because a random ass sentence within any of these paragraphs is like has that in it. Because they made so many words up that it becomes impossible. Anyway, I want to get to.
Let's make a character. Everyone.
Yeah. No. This is fake out number 2 for that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, this is part one of creating a character. Now, if you notice in chat, I did post John Highlander and the amazing character sheet that comes in the book, by the way.
God, yeah, I don't want. We will look at your character sheet when it's time. Okay,
it's just. It's one of those things where when we're going through this, going through the ratings and stuff, realize I want everyone to remember the character sheet is god awful.
Yes.
It's painful to look at.
Yeah, I'm literally sitting here being like, we're gonna get there soon. Yes, it's gonna be great.
So when you're like, 15 points, that doesn't seem too bad. Know that it is.
Yeah.
Just remember that it is bad.
Yeah. So, okay, but what do these things do? Like, okay, we have our rating. Like, we put 15 points into 6 attributes. So we have 3 3s and 3 2s. Or maybe a 4 into 1 somewhere. Who knows? So your resolve goes from educably mentally retarded, trainable, no self-control, up to most potent immortal, so mortal intellect seems insect-like by comparison. And in the middle there are 2 is average human and 5 is upper limit from intellect and so on and so forth. Great, but whatever.
And this was the 90s. Saying someone was retarded was still a medical term at this point.
Yeah. It's just, it reads real bad. Like,
it's like, ooh.
Also, like, mild retardation, limited intelligence, easily tempted, with weak will. Like, highest intelligence and resolve, like, is tied together. It makes no sense to me. But
they quote Nietzsche, so that's why.
Yeah, probably. So this is how it goes with all of these. Except some of these are very like this is like fuzzily defined, and I kind of don't mind it, except from like some terms they use. But then they come at you like, oh yeah, your force halo. Well, you can lift X times your own weight.
This is why
over your head.
Lord is optimized.
Yes, Bloat Lord is optimized, and also in more than just this instance, being big bulk man is optimized. Like, you need to eat your protein powder every morning. But also, I want to point out just how fucking specific this is. This only tells you how much you can lift over your head.
Yeah.
They never give you a proper like conversion rate for anything. It's just like, just like if you weigh 150 pounds, you can lift 5 times that if you have strength 8 over your head. Right. And then yellow is very fuzzy again. Like, you are either completely uncoordinated or unearthly agile. Gravity presents no hindrance whatsoever. Like, you do the things in kung fu movies where they jump on the reeds and shit. Like, and then again, green halo movement is just again super rigid. I don't know why they made it like this, but it's just how it is. So you can either crawl with great difficulty, or no person can do 10 miles per hour, 15 yards per clash. Isn't a clash like a combat turn? Is that way not enough?
10 clashes in a combat turn. A clash is 3 seconds long.
Okay, so I can run 45 yards in 9. Yeah, that's not enough, guys.
Oh my god. That's why the clash thing jumped out to me so hard, because I was just like, oh my god. There's so many things later that I read clash, and I'm like, this happens in 3 seconds. Okay. Wait, instead of those, the combat turn.
Come on, guys! You can't run 22 yards in 3 seconds. I mean,
I think most people can, right?
Yeah,
like running start dead sprint. You could do that. I guess this is meant without like exertion. Maybe doesn't really explain it. So who knows?
Say that.
Yeah, it doesn't say either way. So it's up to interpretation, I suppose. Oh, here's the darker.
Oh god.
Like this is another thing when you read this book that makes you insane. That you like, oh, here's a table, I can read these numbers, and then, oh, the Darkel is also here. Like, it's so.
Like, the thing that really gets me about this is just imagining 5 nerds sitting around a table yelling at each other about, no, I'm trying to find the Darkle in the back of some gaming store.
Ah, God. Yeah. But yeah, the Darkle, physical manifestation of Abaddon, found encrusted in the brain of Samuel and Absalom after it had died. After a protracted history of tragic influence, the vampiric ruby-like substance was placed within a receptacle, the Femdarkle, until stolen in AD 1990. So, does this mean they put the Darkle in a specially made pussy that fits it? What the fuck? Why is it Femdarkle? Why is this specific? You have thought of this, author. I know you have, because you wrote all of this other shit. So explain me in more detail.
You shouldn't ask that. If you ask that, he will bring out Volume 9.
I don't care. I want Volume 9. Give me all of it. Oh God!
They let the whole drunkard back on.
Yeah, but then again, Blue Halo awareness is very like, oh, you're going from legally blind up to senses extend globally, can perceive on the subatomic level, can sense all spectrums of electromagnetic emission, can perceive halo color intensity of 3 or less, which, okay, whatever that means, can perceive into the crucible itself. The halo color thing, basically, if someone does an immortal thing, you can sense it real well. So what that means. So we can run 300 miles per hour, and we can also see subatomic stuff. Yeah. It's weird. Like, it's so not. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense as power levels. And then you have resilience, fragile as crystal, up to flashes as resilient as diamond. Doesn't really pan out in the rules that way, though.
No.
And like the particular thing I want to point out is, like, specifically Red Halo, right? If 4 is a human genius and 5 is upper limits of human intellect, and 9 is mortals seem hardly sentient by comparison. Like, there's literally an area of this whole chart where you, the player, cannot play your character.
Yeah. Because
you can't know what it feels like to be that smart. And so that kind of falls flat on its face. But that's neither here nor there. It's just like a little observation. This is the least of this game's problems once again. Here we see the what I like to call the paint filter, where someone wrote that. Like, it's filter. This jumps out because it's like all in the same. This is written with a mouse. This is all in the exact same thickness, and you can tell it's written with a mouse. If you ever wrote with a mouse, this is how that looks.
Yeah, they literally used the spray can tool on an old Apple II or something.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, if you thought we were going to explain how to actually use the stats, nah. We are going to talk about a bunch of more words you didn't know yet. And then in the middle of that, there's how we erase stats. We don't know yet what to do with stats, really, but we know how to erase them, I suppose.
No, this is also not iterated again, so you'll be having to come back to this seemingly random page.
This is the only page with this chart on it, and this is the only page with the other chart on it.
That's the only page that explains dry spell also.
Yeah, exactly. And then they put stuff here which doesn't make sense when you read it, like about, you can free your Immaculum and then convert it to free modes for this and that many memory total. They haven't told you yet what the memory total is or what you have, but here's the list. Basically, you've spent XP to level, and this is your total stat. All stats together is this number, so you know how much it costs. It's not that complicated. It's just it's completely the wrong place in the book. And now we come to the other reason why being a big, bulky character is perfect. Because, like, if you are some scrub who weighs 61 to 125 pounds, you're going to have only 9 light wounds, 3 impairing wounds, 2 severe wounds, 1 crippling, and 1 mortal wound. But let's say you really do it. You really, like, put in the calories, and you weigh like 501 pound, then you have 3 more light wounds, 1 more impairing wound, and actually that's it. So maybe it's not that worth it.
Hey, it is the difference between going down quickly versus like it is funny how not lethal certain combat thing, like combat is either you take barely any damage or you die immediately. Like,
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
So what you really want to get at is this is 15.5 to 30 tons, because you get a second mortal wound. Like that's really where, like going higher really doesn't give you that much more. Like being 400-ton dude, yeah, you get like few more of the first wounds, but the others are the same. So I personally recommend going to weighing like 20 tons.
You heard it, too, folks.
you optimize speaking. 20 tons will keep you alive. Like
you don't want to be too heavy. It's so weird that it goes there, but again, yeah, we can play dinosaurs. You might assume
you can, literally.
You might assume your I forgot the name form. Your true animal form, and you might then be a brontosaurus who was somehow made intelligent.
Oh no.
And
no. This is, you also have to remember this, like this is directly correlated to your deadlift.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, I'm 500 pounds. Not only do I get all of this, but it would be 4 dots.
Yeah, if you
can lift 1,000 pounds over your head.
Yeah, if you were like again, yeah,
relatively mortal as well.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I never knew my neighbor who has to drive around in his little scooter. I didn't know he could deadlift.
Yeah,
this is amazing.
Yeah, and even like if you weigh 20 tons, really the absolute minimum of stuff you can lift is 5 tons. Because if you have no orange at all, you still lift 1/4 of your own weight.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's no penalty for being larger.
No,
that was the thing. Yeah, there's no penalty. You still move at full speed.
Yeah.
So imagine again the 20-ton man literally ultra instincting across the field at 22 yards a second.
Yeah. It's 3 seconds. It's actually 3 seconds, but yeah, at 20 yards a second, you can do that if you have like 7 or 8.
Yeah, it's very well within reach,
Yeah, just put everything into green and nothing into orange. So it's 20-ton man. It's gonna be okay. Like imagine, like if a 20-ton person slams into you at 75 yards, at 20 yards a second, you're gonna be dead. You're gonna be crushed into little pieces. It's like that is like you getting hit by a train. That's what we're talking about?
Yes. Nora, I just had a realization.
Yes.
We found the perfect system for your
yeah,
breaks every game.
Yeah.
Chunk.
Yeah, for Chunk.
Chunk's game.
This is Chunk's game together with Dragon Ball. Oh, well, Chunk. Yeah, I could make Chunk in this. Chunk.
It's very easy.
Yeah. I mean, who's to say that Namekians don't exist in the world of this game, huh?
Well, so as per the rules, you do go Super Saiyan. It just
yeah. Scopsidian, thanks for the follow. Hello. Yes, God, we're so deep in this.
Turn into a giant. Let's go.
Oh yeah, elves exists. Ancient name for the trysts of Freitauthar. Again, this is just one of those where you're going like, yeah, lol, you can lift. You can have so many wounds if you're a fat guy, and then elves. It's perfect. It's perfectly chosen.
Also, because we need our merge defined.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Now we have to talk about our splats. Oh boy.
Yes, we're getting there. We're getting there, folks. Now we're here. We're in the color section of the book, which, as we'll soon discover, was a bad decision to make in color. So
wait, no, these aren't your prize. These are these are your classes.
Yes, right. These are the classes. Yes. Are you an emissary? Are you a highbinder? Are you a juggler? Like classic juggler? A slayer? A keeper? A probe? A scourge, which is just this crystal. An Anopheles. Oh no, now we are prides. Okay, okay, we're done.
Yeah,
Scourge is the last one. Yeah.
The classes don't do much.
No.
It's not like you get a bonus or anything from it. It's just like, what's your
Yeah.
job?
Yeah, the class.
And then you look at Highbinder and you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, since this is point by, and this is basically like say, hey, these kind of jobs exist in Immortal Land. Maybe you should learn to code in Immortal. Like this is what that is. And then we have the different prides. And then they do the most Vampire the Masquerade thing ever, / World of Darkness thing ever, where they tell you what they think of everything. Like what does the Anopheles, the hungry ones, they have predictions, they have locations of crashes, that they have an appearance. By the way, it's a nightmare to read here. Anopheles are always fashion conscious, preferring dark colors such as wine red, midnight blue, and black. Often they have a red teardrop tattooed under one of their eyes. They favor sensual or erotic clothing accessories to distinguish one another within the pride, as well as the use of leather, lingerie, and metal combinations. Ooh, very nice. Quiet cultures, Nagas, Ganymedes. Are we from Ganymede? What the fuck? Incubi, Lianan, Adze, the Raphaelum. Fame. Like again, if you thought you could get away with like a page where they don't throw 55 terms that you know you can't.
No,
because
you
like
just can't.
the quiet cultures are weird because you read them, they're like, oh, they're just like things people have made to worship them. Then you read this like, no, this isn't how any of this works.
Yeah, exactly.
You're like, all right, fine, screw it. I'm here now. Look.
And your Imsatis are basically, that's what you are descended from. They are descended from black leopards, cats, snakes, and bats. That's who you are originally. Legacies, animals, mask, and quicksilver, whatever that may mean. And then again, convictions like, oh, the sanguinary, we owe the sanguinary our existence, but it is too dangerous to serve, to tame the greatest power in the world. No, that would be our masters. It might be a master stroke. Wow. So they're trying to tame the sanguinary. So very, very, very world building, much deep. And then they repeat this for every pride. The Arachne are next. They're spider people, insect people in general. And then we have the Benjaks, right? Yeah. It's so hard for me to read this. It's a terrible font. Who are any Himsati form. Great, thank you. Then we have the Dracul, who are reptiles, dogs, rats, hares, tigers, horses, and birds, which is a very random selection. The Eremites were primate only. All Eremites developed from various classes of primates, such as Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon, and even earlier predecessors of Homo sapiens. So if you thought you were human, you are wrong. Actually, a monkey. Yes. Return to it. The Magdalene, who are varying sorts of mammals. The Morrigan, who are all birds, ravens especially favored. Okay. Do you mean favored? I guess because they make them, right? Yeah. The Nimrod, shadows of various animal forms. The shadow of a Nimrod always moves independently of her own actions. Those are used by more potent members of the pride's actual tracking of fighting animals. So the Nimrod not only have a true animal, it's also distinct from their own self, even though it's them.
Yeah, some of the prides feel like they clearly have more than others.
Yeah.
Like, oh, well, the Nimrod have the ability to manipulate their shadow and use shadow clones and jutsu, apparently.
Yeah.
They'll be like, oh, yeah, what do you have? We look cool. Like,
Yeah,
wow.
we are birds. And so on. Like, again, no one was going to retain any of this. I guess like the pictures are just the dumbest, weirdest, baddest thing. Okay, look at this guy. Is this a young Garth Marenghi like imagining his dark place? What the fuck?
That's exactly what it looks like. Like, you could not have described it better.
All of these feel like 90s album covers.
Yeah, they really do.
Like psychedelic rock album covers, and you just want to have something plastered on the side.
Yeah.
Like,
it's like, yeah, this is Nora's mixtape volume 1. It's right here.
Okay, time for,
yeah, and now the eye cancer that is this fucking sheet. Look at it.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
look at like Cruelty Squad designed this. Like,
this is so
yeah,
terrible.
Get ready for the
yes,
the mental flashbang. Yeah, no, it's like base 100 memory for initial persona awakening.
Yeah,
it's like,
and now let's look at your character.
Oh god, why did you do this? Like, yeah. Yes,
oh god.
Yes, John Highlander.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to optimize him to be the best he can be. We haven't learned, mind you, we have not learned what talents are yet.
No, we haven't.
But trying my best to create the optimized character, because creating free Immaculum, they don't explain that at all, and you have to keep going back and forth.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out like everything you need. Yeah, you look at some of these and reading through it, I'm like, oh well, your pride doesn't do that much for you. I'm like, okay, that's kind of weird. Your calling doesn't actually do anything for you.
Yep.
Your Himsani technically also doesn't do much for you. Like,
yeah, like your Himsani depends a bit on the pride you are from. Like if you are some sort of dinosaur or lizard, then being one might be like bad. But if you're an Neanderthal, is it really that different? Just put a suit on.
Get bigger.
Yeah.
You get bigger, therefore I get heavier.
Yeah.
My strength, as you know, is proportional to my bulk. Like,
yeah. and then, please, I want to point this out because it might not be obvious. Realize that you had to print this out on like if you print this on a color printer, it costs like $5 to print this out in 1994.
Even if it was like black and white.
Yeah, it's unreadable.
Imagine this is black and white.
Yeah.
Nothing would be visible.
Right. I can actually, since this is a picture, right? This is a picture?
Yes, it is.
I will black and white this live on stream.
Yeah, I tried to use red to kind of highlight some things, make it a little bit easier to read. But
yeah,
you don't realize with like 15 points, you don't actually have much to work with.
No, you don't.
Halo.
You do not. You're basically a normal ass dude, which is the weirdest part of this, because they come at you with all of this stuff, this amazing things you can do, but turns out, well, nah, you just woke up, dude. You're tired. You're like, you can't do anything actually. You're just a normal man with like maybe was very fat probably, if you're min-maxing.
Yeah,
and
when we get to talents and like attentions, like developing any of those costs a lot of your initial points, and you don't think about it like, oh, 10 points here, 10 points here. But then it's like, yeah, I have 100 of these initial points to play around with. And then it's like, oh, you buy 3 things worth 10, and suddenly that is 30% of your abilities gone.
Okay, so here's it in black and white. It's not as terrible as I thought it would be, but it's still not great. It's on screen, like on stream. I haven't saved it.
That's still a little bit painful, but
yeah. Like my issue with this is very simple. I like to write in the margins of my character sheet. I can't do that in this because it's all already printed. Like, what the fuck? And again, if
like, okay, so like for most of the book, they waste a lot of space. And then this is when they choose, I'm going to fill in all that extra space with something.
Yeah. Also, like, there isn't a page 2 where you put like your character story and stuff. There isn't.
Apparently, there is a second page character sheet.
Oh, I mean, of course someone made that, but they didn't put it in this book. That's what I mean.
Yeah, no, it's like apparently there is an official character sheet that's 2 pages.
Okay.
I couldn't find it though. It's just the front page. Like, why would you add a second character sheet that you have to download independently of everything else? Like, what?
Yeah, this is to be clear, 1994. You couldn't just get this sheet anywhere else. You had to take your book, open it, which is by the way great that you put it on page in the middle of the book, basically, like really wear out that spine, and then put it in the photocopier and make copies. Like terrible.
This is the thing. Do you think that you weren't supposed to actually use this character sheet? Like you're supposed to like look at it and be like, oh, that looks neat. Let me get my like white, my very basic piece of paper and write it down. Like you already am supposed to use this.
It would be dead easy to write these down, of course. Like it's not really complicated because everything goes from 1 to 15 except your wounds, right? But they wouldn't have made this if it wasn't meant to be used. Like it's my read of it. I think you were supposed to use this, but I don't know why it looks like this. It's a baffling decision.
Over designed. Like there's a certain point like that somebody reaches and then they think, well, we gotta make the character sheet look cool.
Yeah.
Let's over design it.
You can tell that like they reused this background on like a bunch of pages, right?
Exactly. They had to keep using it because they liked it so much.
So the nicest way I can put this, but it doesn't bear out, is that it's mistakenly on this page as well. Doesn't make sense though, because then all the writing, like here, Immortal, would be in black and not in white. So this is planned.
It was definitely a choice.
So. Yeah, like it's a choice, but why though? Like, what convinced these people to like, yes, this is what we must be.
That's my only theory, is that like before this point, they were being like strictly controlling about no, we need to have tons of space between the lines on all the tables, and then for this one, oh yeah, go ahead, over design this page.
Mm. But yeah, so
it also feels like somebody else designed the character sheet.
Yeah. So we have, again, like you have your 6 stats, which no one is going to call them red. They're going to call them resolve, resilience, and so on. You have your wounds, and you might have to fill them out. Right? These are filled because you don't have them, but you can take 3 red wounds, just X them out, blah, blah, blah. We have attentions, which we're going to get to. And we have talents, which we're also going to get to.
It's weird that talents and attentions, if you notice, all the boxes are slightly different sizes, and some are rounded, and except taboos, which is a square box.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're all slightly different.
Yep.
And it's truly baffling.
And I think you did it right here, by the way, where you like colored it with the color that's appropriate to it. You could.
Yeah. I tried writing it in. I'm like, I can't read this.
Yeah.
So, it'll be easier to read there. And it's like, getting to like talents and attentions and stuff. I did realize like red is used for a lot of things.
Yep.
Red and yellow are used for an absurd amount.
The
others aren't so much.
They are not made equal. Definitely not in terms of like your talents. God. Okay, so this is actual character creation. So let's dive into that shit.
Yeah.
Again, you have your 15 points. You put them into here. But they tell you to like think about who you want to be first, of course. So then you buy talents and attentions. What are those? And don't worry about it. We haven't explained that yet. At rank 1 in a talent or attention is less potent than a 2 or 3. Oh, really? Wow. Cost for each talent and attention you choose is based on the complexity as it can be found in chapters 7 and 9. Any legacies that are listed under the pride you chose can be purchased for 1 rank less cost. For example, Arad, or Art with 2A, would be a lower complexity rank for any Dracul, allowing them to buy it at rank 4 cost instead of rank 5. Wow. So you can buy talents and attentions. What are those? Who knows? You can buy, you get the concept, blah, blah, blah. Which they could have a taboo, which we have. That's when people give you a dog head or you can't enter houses or something because someone you tried to eat somebody's immaculum and they didn't like you for it. You can be a Gossamer if you want, which is not a step. It's just also here. Outfitting, the game doesn't care. Like there is no mechanics for buying things, which is fair enough. But just so you know, it also has a 7-page long weapon table. So, and then they give you a little questionnaire. Ask a bunch of questions to answer about to make your character. Or possibly the best page in the entire book. This one. You could also buy contacts if you are a chump. Like this is baffling to me because again you're supposed to be like, hey, I just woke up from my slumber. I'm an immortal, and my name is me. It's me. How would I have contacts that help me in any way, shape, or form in the immortal world? Do I remember them too? Are they just out there? Maybe, I guess. It's stupid. Also, these levels, like basically, they all mean the same thing. Like neutral will offer assist. Yeah, please, you know. You go.
Like the thing with contacts that's weird is these are in no other places.
Yep.
And I have no idea where to put them either. I think you were supposed to buy them and just like write them down, I guess, on the back of your character sheet.
Yeah.
Any place else to put it?
Yeah, there's no place. They just realized that it might be something someone wants. But yeah, if you buy it at 6, friendly will always help the person if it does not put them out. And then might help them if they get put out a bit and so on. So like you're paying a lot of your initial points for a guy who might help you, maybe. It's not the best use of your points. And then you have a visage, which is how famous you are. How many mortals know you? If you have 3, 10% know you. I guess this is like a good old OD&D role for like, what's it called? Disposition, basically. Though visage doesn't really say if it's like good that they know you or not, it's just that they do know you. So if you're a huge asshole, everyone knows you're an asshole at some point. And do you buy it? I forget.
You can buy visage, but you can't buy visage at the same time because you need to earn visage by going on a spirit quest to the jury who live in the Dominion.
All right.
And that's a Candlegate, obvious, as you all know, because you've been keeping track of the lore at this point.
Yep. You've read everything up to this point, so you intimately understand this.
The truly amazing part of that sentence was that this is exactly what it says. But you could have said anything and it would have been just as acceptable.
Yeah, you're like, yes. This makes complete sense.
Oh, God. And then you have a ripple, which is... so what the ripple is, you have free immaculum, which we haven't talked about yet. But if you use it, depending on how many you use, people can know. Like what it means, basically, if you go back to your sheet, like John Highlander has 2 free immaculum. So what John Highlander can do in every scene is be like, it seems I need more red in the scene because I'm like going through the desert. I'm going to put 2 more of my free immaculum into my resolve. Then you have 4 resolve temporarily for that scene. And then they are basically spoken for the moment and you can't use them anywhere else. That's all that is. That's basically 3 stat points. And I think you can you go above 15? I don't think they let you, right?
In theory, you can go above 15, but it doesn't really mean anything at that point. Because
Yeah.
the highest difficulty you can get in any of roll is 15.
Yeah.
Because it's 3, 6, 9, it's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. And so it's
Mm-hmm.
like if you have 15 in something, you auto succeed, except if you roll a 0.
Yeah.
You know, instant catastrophic failure because life is making fun
Yes.
of you, I guess.
You might be the most perfect guy ever with 15s and everything, but if there's fog and you like really thick fog and it's a 15 on you, then you can still fall on your ass and break your bones, I guess. It's fine because you're going to heal them immediately because you're immortal.
Yeah, for waggling, it's a D10 system, except it's 0 to 9. The 10s place would be a 0.
Yes.
Which see, the odd thing, I think at that point you're supposed to be like, well, that's not hostile anymore, so you would just ignore it. Which is like, oh well, this isn't a problem. That's a weird GM thing, being like, well, it's a thick fog, but you also have ultrasonic vision and can see beyond the colors of time. Being like, I don't think the fog is a problem anymore.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, but then like there's certain things where it's like, yeah, but you have to lift 2,000 times your own weight over your head now to succeed, and you can't. So then the only way would be to eat to become twice as big.
Yeah, it's just like, or I can bulk. Ever thought about that,
huh? I use my free imaginum to become big.
Because that's the weird thing. Like, this is the ripple. This is the weird thing with ripple. Because if you're trying to attack one another using the serenades at one another, what happens if you magic at one another? You cause ripples, which is a ripple is a bad thing that others can perceive, including the Ultra Satan, who shows up and wants to deal with a problem. Hence the problem of the shouting war. Because that's all it was. We were nothing but rippling.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? It's not a complicated system. It's just like, there's one mechanic, and then it does like, it's mentioned 18 different places with 6 different terms.
Yeah.
And
every day I'm rippling.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so again, this is the kind of, if you use any of your cool shit, you cause this, and then people can know that you did it. Okay, and then here is talents now, and talents are their own doozy of a thing. So any talent you have, you can be untrained in something. In this case, you get a -5 to the roll. Or you get, if you're familiar, you get +1 and up to +5. Fair enough. That already means that if I have a 15 in something, and I'm also talented or familiar with it, I can't fail anymore, ever. But I guess you're not really meant to have the 15, so whatever. But let's look at their list of, like, oh yeah, there's degrees of successes for some reason.
Yep. Yeah, they talk about degree of success in this single thing, because that's how wounds are calculated, but also the rank of effects are calculated, the difficulty of target die. But then it's like, oh, that's not it at all. I'm like, huh?
Yeah, this table reads really badly for obvious reasons. Like
this... Of course, we learn about the Illuminati on the side there, of course.
Yeah.
Because, you know, here we have to learn about the Illuminati. Nowhere else. Specifically here.
Right here, yep.
Because my issue with this table is like, okay, so if the target difficulty number on the roster is higher, I deliver a bigger wound.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because this is meant to be my total that I rolled then. But it's not the target difficulty number. It's not what I rolled. That's the basic thing.
The weird thing is, combat. It makes sense in This is the wound delivered only makes sense if you read the combat section.
Yeah.
I have no idea why it's here, because combat is a flat roll against. It's an opposed roll. There are no other opposed rolls like this throughout the entire game. But you make an opposed roll at one another, and then you add the result. Somehow you can, in theory, if you get enough, and they are apparently made of paper, you can hit them and immediately kill them.
Yeah.
It's like,
the problem is, of course, like this isn't like that you have like Shadowrun style bingo card that I mentioned it, where you have like one tracker and then you put points on it and eventually it's full and you die. No, this is literally, I have a light wound tracker. If I take ever 9 on there and I take 8 light wounds, I can't take another light wound, but I could still have like 3 impairing wounds I could take. So you can literally needle someone to death and they die and then they keel over, but they aren't even, they don't even have a big wound at all. Dumb. Anyway, what I really want, oh here, look at this fucking table.
Yes, this is the most important table in the book. By far, this is the most important table.
Yeah. I invite the chat to understand it on its own, because it should be trivial after all we've said.
It should be easy. Barely an inconvenience.
Yeah, I mean, come on. You guys have you all have been, of course, taking notes. There will be a quiz at the end. I expect you to be well versed in Immortal lore.
Imagine having to make a quiz for this. I would die.
You're all laureates of the Immortal School of Invisible Wars.
So,
yes.
Basically, I will explain it. Actually, there's a complexity for each challenge ranging from 1 to 5. And then if you want to buy it higher, it costs more. For some reason, buying it like at level 2 costs like this, and then you add stuff on top of it. So basically you add these numbers together. I don't understand why they add the pluses only here. Isn't that like, it's 14, 25, 38, 48, 52. No, okay, it's not that. Oh, it's the 5 is. Oh, I'm dumb. See, this is the complexity. This is the cost for level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. Okay. And these are what it's called. Familiar, trained, pro, master, laureate. Yeah, okay. I did explain it. Yeah, I can do it.
This chart is flawless. I don't know what you're talking about. Like,
it's so dumb.
It's, like, yeah, even like most talents though are like, I would say most skills are 3 to 5. There was like, I couldn't see any 2 or 1s.
So, there's some 2s like anatomy, but important skills are not really that.
Yes.
Okay, here's the skill list.
Uh,
we're gonna go through it in more detail, but you know immediately this is garbage on account of having every skill.
It's very important that my botany skill and my linguistic skill are maxed out in this game about being immortal superheroes.
Yeah. So like, to point it out, like if I want to buy just a bunch of level 1 skills, the least I can pay is like 1 or 3, 5, 7 or 9. So if I just want all of the academic skills, I'm paying. I don't even think I could buy them. I could definitely not buy them all off of my 100 points. It's not possible. And then there is so many aggressions. And there's so many gentiles.
Now, mind you, some of these skills also don't quite. Some of these skills are not like other skills.
No, they are not. And we are getting to that. Oh, I just want to clobber everybody over the head with this list.
Like, it's just important to know. Being like, you're like, oh, so these are just skills. No.
No. In like the game likes to do, they have like mixed into the skill list. They have mixed all of your special powers as well. Because your legacies is what that is. And some other things as well. And you have remedies, there is a red talent hostile. Rustics is red talent hostile. Like you might have noticed that red is basically the color you need for all of these, but more or less it is. Like, these have yellow, aggressions are yellow, but everything else I think is red. Yeah.
It's that's why I said like red or yellow is way more important than
the other ones, yeah. But then again, like, okay, between all of this shit, What is the least important skill we can find? Like, that's really the doozy on this, because that's literally everything is here. My one is light sleep.
What was the one that there was one I saw that was like, this is so hyper specific. Of course, there's scuba diving.
I mean, yeah, I'd say siege weaponry is probably also really specific, seeing how we are in 1997 or whatever the fuck. So building a trebuchet might not be your ideal like time spent.
Trying to remember which one, because I had found one too.
Probing. No, I know it's not what I'm immediately thinking of, but still. Okay, also, like, trivia is also amazing. Have a complexity 1 skill that allows you to just be good at Trivial Pursuit. Basically have a hyperfixation. Like, this is so dumb. And then we come to, like, okay, let's go over them. You have your academic skills, which is knowledge stuff. You have your aggressions, which is fighting.
Like, it's not even fighting too, because you have things like parachuting in there, shadowing,
combative piloting.
Okay, it's not
shipborne, of course, operation of waterborne vessels.
Okay, it's not a fighting because it starts with all of the fighting, but then you also have like physical skills in here, I guess. That's what a good description
is thrown in there.
Yeah. And then you have gentiles, which are other physical skills, but also not, because board games and acrobatics are in the same fucking category.
It's more like, this is like, the gentiles feel like more of like, here's the bullshit skills. Like, we have no idea where else to put these. Yeah, where do we put music, meditation, lapidary? Like, you're skilled gemologist.
It is,
thank God,
highly like uninterestingly as a distinction, because both the gentiles and the academics, again, are all red skills, unless it says otherwise, which it doesn't for nearly any of them. Meaning, you could have just had a general skill category and put music in with anthropology. It would have been fine. But yeah, these are just basically sorted at random. And you have legacies, which are you actually like your immortal cool stuff that you can do, maybe.
Well, and again,
I say maybe because of these read super weird and bad.
The weird thing with legacies is that they are still skills. It's not like, oh, cool, you can bend time or whatever. No, those are your serenades.
Yeah.
The weird thing with legacies is it's your ability to negate hostile.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, you're ambidextrous, which is a special term, which is complexity 5 to help you overcome if you use the wrong hand hostile. If you have like 4 hostiles, you might be like consulting like 15 different skills to try to get
right. Oh god, I forgot what these are. Yeah. So what the only thing these do, but like you can buy them cheaper with certain of your classes, is if it's foggy, but I have this one thing, I can ignore it. That's all it does.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can go through this. Like, if you think the avatar hostile is going to come up a lot, you can take this, I guess. What does it even mean? Called shot hostile. I guess you could min-max yourself into being good at that. Because then if you buy to level 5 for exorbitant amounts of points, you would basically ignore doing called shots. But it doesn't really matter anyway. Pain hostile. Arguably more important than wrong-handedness, like in regular play.
And they all cost the same too. They're all complexity 5 pretty much. Like you will go bankrupt, memory bankrupt.
Yeah.
Trying to learn how to
It's so funny that like environmental hostile, you can buy it down with this. It sounds probably one of the better one. Or you could buy down the what do we have? What's stupid? I guess ambidextrous is still very stupid to me.
It's
Like-
like it's peak. It's like what the hell?
Okay,
Whereas like Catholicon, what
this-
a great term.
this is
a great one.
Yeah, Catholicon, poison drug hostile. True. Yeah.
It's a great one for this because it's specifically one thing that can take you out.
Yeah, it's true. It would be bad, but then you realize that poison is actually really bad for you. I also want to point out that this is the time of games where games cared about ambidex the most.
Yes, they care so deeply.
This is the exact time. The 90s is when ambidextrous. We had to have an ambidextrous rule in every single game ever, and it had to be complex because it had to be a mechanical, cool thing to be ambidextrous. For some reason, the Death Pact was signed back then, and they all had to do it. Like, it is one of the good things of current year that most games do not give a fuck anymore about that shit.
Like the strongest one here to me is deviation.
Oh yeah.
It allows you to circumvent the dodge hostile.
Oh yeah, you dodge multiple same class. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Really good.
Yeah,
There's
just a bunch of this. It's so dumb. I hate it.
like some of these feel like really good. Others of them are like, why would you ever choose this in any remote capacity unless your GM is saying take Lethe? Like take the one because I will be throwing flashbacks at you constantly. Because being flashbanged with a flashback is a problem.
Yeah. The legacy prevents companion animals from sensing immortals near them, even when in the Himsati form. It resists the companion hostile. This is probably a very specific one. Like, okay, it depends. If you're like a cat person, maybe not, but no. I guess
I'm now trained to, whenever I see Himsati, I think for Sooty instead.
Oh god, the familiarity hostile. This legacy allows serenades to be played against those you have never met without the penalty of the family. Oh, unfamiliar. I guess it's actually not bad then.
Yeah.
I also don't think they actually ever really give you like a list of these hostiles.
They do.
Oh, do they?
In the back half of the combat section.
Oh
it's
god.
literally just a wall of text pretty much where they tell you all of them. And
okay, I must have
I was like, this isn't even combat stuff. Like,
yeah, they just go ape with it.
Yes.
Really.
And then you can also do acupuncture if you want, or biofeedback, or first aid, forensics, blah 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 blah. Like this.
One that stood out to me later is journalism. You're an immortal.
Yeah.
What? Journalism is a skill.
This is the 90s. Journalism is a skill still.
True. Like, I get it. A lot of this stuff is here because you have learned stuff in your mortal life that you're supposed to have had. But you don't have the points to buy this shit. You have 100 points again. So if I spend no extra points on free immaculum or on extra stats, I can buy 20 skills of complexity 3 at level 1. That's actually a decent amount, you would think. But that doesn't really do much for you because then you have just a +1 in it. It's not... You can't make a normal human off of 100 points.
Yeah, it feels like there was a section where they just forgot, like, that you have to still make a real human being. Part of me is thinking like there was just a line or there was a section of this game being like, oh, well, write in all the skills that you're professional at or something. Like you have like these basic skills already. Because if you go off the points, you can probably get 2 skills in which you are professional.
Yeah.
And, like, even those are like, because that's why I was thinking with like John Highlander. I'm like, there are 2 skills I'm going to be a pro at. Like, this is my job. And even then I was like, oh, this doesn't feel very good.
Yeah, it really doesn't. And I like what it read between the lines. I felt like the author lost a bet and had to include the full skill list of Rollmaster -2 skills or something. Like, because it just feels like there's so many of them. And you don't need them. Like, okay, some of them, like mythology, right? You could say, oh, it's useless. No, probably one of the more useful skills, because that's basically history for immortals.
Yeah, it's immortal lore for you, except except the 3 immortal lores.
Yeah,
like some skills feel like they do overlap quite a bit.
They
like,
do.
Is that on purpose? Is that
And then there's speech reading. It's also one of those that you had to put in back in the 90s. Yeah, like this list is obviously way too long and way too intricate, and it's not going to come up. Most of this is never going to come up. Scuba diving, are you fucking real? Like, why?
I guess it's one of the. I guess it's one of those things where it's like, but by virtue of taking the skill, you have indicated to the GM, I want the skill to come up.
Yeah, it's true. That's the only way it makes sense.
Yeah, but even then, it's like, as a GM, you're like, you are a virtuoso at scuba diving. We are, my brother in Christ, we are currently in Omaha, Nebraska. There is not an ocean nearby.
When you can just run there with your 300 miles per hour speed, because I put all my points into green, meaning I'm bad at scuba diving, even if I buy it up. Oh god. Yeah, way too many skills. Like, mark it off on your bingo card. It's one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this game, like many of its kind that do this, would have been well served with a academic skill blank box to write what it is. Physical skill blank box, right, to know what it is. Like, it's entirely stupid to have them all listed out. And who cares if siege weaponry is complexity 3 or not? Like, who gives a fuck? Nobody. I would
it's one of those things, like, you think that there was how do I want to word this? We need to be as realistic as possible because we need to emulate real life. And then on the same time, we are on page 150, and we've just been done talking about how we're all technically descended from dragon dinosaur aliens, and we all have superpowers. I'm like, I feel like there's a disconnect here.
Yeah. Woodworking is also a skill. That's the last one. It also feels completely like arbitrary what is complex and what isn't. Climbing is complexity 2. Crossbow is 3. I don't know. Shooting a crossbow is way easier than climbing, in my opinion. Yeah. Like, a crossbow is just aim it, look at where the pointy thing is pointing, and then pull the trigger. That's very easy. But climbing, if you've tried free climbing before, it's fucking difficult. And then again, like, most of this, yeah, but you're supposed to sing at each other to kill each other. Why are we wielding axes? Oh, nobody knows. It's okay. It's gonna be fine. It's just, again, it's too much. It's dumb. But here's the list, I guess. We will never use 99% of these skills. And here's no combat. Here they are. Oh my god.
Oh, these words. Jeopardy, colostrum. Come on.
Yeah. Now, mind you, it's like, oh, well, here's Serenade combat. You don't learn about Serenade combat in the combat section. You learn it in the Serenade chapter, which is after combat. But you still must know the combat section to understand Serenades, because they reference it back and forth.
Yeah.
But, like, yeah, this is where they apply all the hostiles, because at the end of the day, combats were really simple, but, like, very odd. It, like, this is one of the parts where I'm like, this is clearly reminding me of, like, World of Darkness, where it's like, here's combat, but should you really be giving should we really care about combat in World of Darkness? No. Like,
not a little bit, but usually not. Yeah, like the good thing about New World of Darkness is that they made it quick, which is very nice, and this didn't feel quick when I read it. First thing to note is that, again, you can only hurt an immortal if you are, like, near them, next to them. Otherwise, they're gonna heal, and here's, like, the number of clashes before completely healed from, like, a mortal wound. If someone shoots you in the face with a sniper rifle and you take a mortal wound, in 5 turns, that's fine. They're gonna be fine.
Yeah, remember, this isn't 5 turns.
Mm-hmm.
This is 5 clashes inside of a combat
Yeah,
turn.
exactly.
This is 15 seconds from getting your head blown off to complete recovery.
Yes.
Which does remind me of
Wait.
have any of you seen Ajin before,
right.
that anime or manga?
Yes, I've read it. Some of it.
It reminded me of that, being like, oh yeah, no, you've just been shot and effectively killed. However, you just heal so rapidly that it's just like, oh yeah, no, I'm back up. I'm like, yeah, I'm alive again. Like, oh, like that. The idea of like combat being so rapid healing, and it's like, okay, how do we negate your healing? That's not a bad idea. That's actually kind of interesting in its own weird way. But here it's like, why are you doing this? Like, it's such a strange thing to do, especially when we get to the actual healing section.
Yeah, and Sanad points out, to get back to skills, why it's bad to have a huge list. Because if 2 people get the assignment to make a character, and one is like, oh, I'm gonna make the guy who's good at sword fighting, and the other guy's I'm gonna make Jenny, the accountant who free climbs in her spare time, then one of them has made a character that's gonna be way more useful probably in the campaign, ? Maybe not that much in this game, but still. If you only pick stuff that will never come up, it just feels bad. Anyway. If you do take close combat damage, then it takes way longer to heal in days. Note that it does not at all matter what you have in any stat, it's just always this. It's also a weird decision.
Yeah, and this can take a while, especially if you are poisoned, because you have to heal all your normal injuries, then you heal your poison injuries. So it's
so the question for me is, do you have to go home and not get pizza when you are too damaged to continue the game? Do you know that? Do you know that reference? It's a deep cut. There's the Star Trek role-playing game specifically for only the original series and shit that came out very early. And the first edition of that literally has a section in it which is like, oh, if a character is taking damage and cannot be played, well, that player should probably be sent home and be told to read 20 pages of a dictionary and not get pizza when the rest of the party goes out to eat. And
I love those old games sometimes.
Yeah.
and that game is Prime Directive.
Prime Directive, yes, thank you. And these numbers feel similar because, yeah, as we all know in Star Trek, we don't heal, like it takes months to heal of injuries. They don't wave that little block over you and you're fine. Nah. Anyway, there is not really, I didn't find a way that you can heal, like, to speed this up, right?
No, I don't believe there is a way to like naturally heal unless it's like a serenade, like a.
Yeah,
I guess you could serenade to do it, but
there might be a spell for it. Yeah, the serenade, true. But per default, this is a long time. Like you either want to be sure you fuck someone up good when you go into melee combat, or you might get fucked up real good. And then we have, what the fuck is this? Oh, exposure, yeah. Yeah. It's in the combat section for some reason too. If it's real cold or real warm, you might take damage, basically. Or recover, or take, it's not damage per se. Taking first wound, it is damage, I'm sorry. God, I don't even...
To answer you, Sundered Dan, yes, some of the talents, not skills, do involve healing, but there are no rules for it. None of the skills have rules or anything for them. It's just you have the ability to heal someone.
Legitimately, if we read like first aid here, I think I scrolled past it. Yeah, here. You are skilled at rendering immediate trauma treatment in emergency situations. Can reduce wounds taken in combat by a single rank with successful application of this talent. Only one attempt is allowed per individual after combat. Complexity 2. So they do tell you, this is the most rules you get for anything. There's also, I think, the only one that mentions actually that you can. Oh, wait, medicine? Nope. Medicine doesn't give you anything.
Yeah, medicine's being a doctor.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, oh, like it's a doctor versus a first aid person. I'm
Yeah.
like, I guess you would invest in both.
Surgery?
But
No. So it's completely scattershot. That first aid specifically gives you like this one ability hidden in the text to reduce wounds by 1. But the other doctor skills just give you nothing. So dumb.
Like medicine, so you can diagnose that somebody doesn't have femdarkle lupus.
Yeah.
it's like, oh man, you. Sorry, I've invested. I'm a virtuoso in medicine. Oh, thank God you can heal me. Oh no, not first aid. Like I know you are screwed, but hey,
I can
I can't help
diagnose
you.
you. This is a gunshot wound.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, what do we do?
Biofeedback. I forgot. You can put yourself under form of self-hypnosis and control your heart rate, blood pressure, and many other normally autonomic functions of your body. You can feign a state of death. That's the most useless skill in here.
You're Batman.
Anyway, so you could take heat and cold damage off of the environment. We don't. I do not care to linger on this. No one will ever use those.
Environments, like there's awareness role. This is the weird thing when it comes to like how they set some things up, because it is seemingly random where they actually introduce things like exposure. And then it's like in the middle, it's like, oh well, yeah, here's how combat's done. A couple pages into the combat section, you learn like there is an allocation phase and an initiative.
Oh yeah, right. It's not a scene. It's actually a combat turn. So 10 clashes, where you can allocate your free immaculum. So free immaculum is basically always available for normal skill checks. If you think about it, because I want to climb up a mountain. Yeah, that's going to take longer than 30 seconds. So I can use my free immaculum, no problem. And then if I do something else after, I can use it again. So free immaculum, you basically want a lot of it. That's what we are learning here. Escapades.
Escapades.
Right.
Escapades are strange because you do your action, like everyone has their one action, and then at the end of the round, at the end of the combat in turn or clash or whatever the term they want to use this week, then everyone goes again for their second escape.
Yeah.
So it's not like, oh, you get 2 actions per clash. No, it's like everyone does their clash, then everyone does their second clash. So you could have sub turns inside of so you have a combat turn and a clash, and then a secondary clash inside of that similar clash.
I believe I believe what they mean is, I mean, you're not wrong, but I believe what they mean is, so combat starts, we in turn 1, clash 1. And then clash 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then another combat turn. That's what they mean. So you would essentially have 10 escapades in a turn.
Yes, but you can get more escapades.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, a singular clash.
Yeah, that's where things get weird. So you can you have multiple escapades that allow you to do more actions per clash at the end of a clash, and it's like, what? Like, it's really interesting of how fast combat can be. Because 6 seconds, you can technically have 4 actions and kill someone pretty easily, relatively speaking.
And really the purpose of that is because there's so many different things that you can do that require you perform multiple escapades. Like they mentioned examples like reloading a crossbow.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, especially here's the action list where it's like draw a weapon, 17 paragraphs of parrying, standing.
I just realized that spin is one of the official actions. It's an action to spin. So stupid. Like, that's so intricate.
Weird terms for everything, and then it's parry, dodge, standing around. And then we're back to spin.
Fine, Finally,
So-
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 7. It's time to spin.
So basically, what I'm getting here is movement is basically also one of these actions that you take, one of these escapades. Because if spinning around is an action and maneuver is an action, then any movement clearly is an action.
Yeah, because maneuver. Okay, so like the only reason to move in this system is to what it says under the maneuver option.
Yeah.
Yeah, to get a
Otherwise, you don't
tactical
move.
advantage.
Yeah.
I suppose, like, yeah, because you want to be in melee combat, that's kind of your.
So yeah, the weird thing with it, with getting a tactical advantage, gives them a penalty now because they would have to beat the tactics hostile,
Mhm.
but they can negate it by spinning.
Yes.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I'm being flanked. Let me just spin around
I
like
know-
goddamn Sonic the Hedgehog.
I know chat can't do it to me right now, so I'm gonna spin, folks, for you.
See, this is optimized combat
Yes,
routines here.
exactly. This is my light neutral attack. Spin again.
Now put on
This is
about
one of your
400
serenades.
pounds or about
Yeah.
2 tons, and we'd be even more optimized.
Right. I could maybe let's distort this. Oh, that's not the right one. But center. Yeah, here. They're bigger now. And I was going into the voids.
Finally, the optimized character build for Immortal. You may not like it, but this is peak Immortal.
Oh my god. Okay, no, this is off. Oh god.
This is peak invisible warring.
But yes, it's combat. The fact that, like, oh yeah, there's no grid or anything in combat. It's just
Nah.
like, yeah, you're just assumed to be in range, whatever the kind of.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, combat. It's funny because of
So-
how detailed they talk about the movement, and then here it's like, yeah, just don't think about it.
Oh,
Just
you.
be-
That's what it was. You keep your free immaculum, and then you get more actions. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the way it works. Yeah.
That's
Yeah, so if you have like an odd number, it's effectively if you have 2, 5, or whatever, you should just dedicate it because you don't get any bonus actions to it.
yeah,
If you have
exactly.
3, get additional turns. Which
Yeah.
remember, kids, more actions are always better actions.
Yes. Yeah, you always want the actions then. At least like up to a point. Like you might not want the 5 actions for your 15. Because you also have to realize that if you can theoretically get guaranteed successes pretty easily if you just allocate these.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Surprise rules, because of course, blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah,
It's funny
random
because
hit
it actually winds up-
locations, guys. Random hit locations.
Yes. Huh.
Yeah,
We
because all
really needed that.
yeah, because all attacks are effectively opposed rolls with one another. Like
Yeah.
yeah, it's like the actual like sample attack is really odd because it's like, okay, well your yellow motes are 3, your talent is 3. You roll a 4, you add it together and get a 10. But if you attempt a parry, you have to do your weapon talent, then you add your yellow motes, then add everything, and then you would take 1 damage because he rolled a 9 and she rolled a 10, so she would do 1 damage. But then you would also add your orange motes and then the damage rating of the weapon.
Wouldn't
Like there's possibly like 4 or 5 modifiers you need to do for a single attack.
It's very it's so arcane and weird. And then here's if you have more wound is more pain, makes sense.
What's funny about the free immaculum motes equaling additional escapades is that they accidentally, because I cannot think that they did this purposefully, represented somebody attempting to precisely strike you versus somebody flailing at you 5 times with a kitchen knife.
Yeah, it's true. You might hit like there is a lot of min-maxing potential here, but I couldn't tell you what it is.
It's there, but
I would say like a purely combat optimized monster. If you were to really sit down and say, I want to make a I want to make a character whose entire purpose in life is to kill. You could do it pretty easily because if I remember correctly, let me bring up John Highlander. Put a note. It was
Like
swords are only complexity 3.
axes are 2 actually, so maybe that's
No,
the
complexity
way.
2. So yeah, you could actually invest quite a bit into something like swords, for example. You can put a few points into it relatively cheaply.
Yeah.
You put it, you dedicate things correctly. Maybe that's the point, like why they have so many skills. Like you're supposed to have one combat monster who can wipe the floor with everyone, and then have the useful characters who do things. Like combat monster McDeathman physically cannot function in society at this point.
I like my point to the complexity is because I can like introduce hostiles into the combat. I don't know, like like again, I'm spreading the loop on the floor, so it's slippery now. So you have the movement hostiles. So then John Highlander slips on his ass because he has only 2 green, and you have to roll it every single time. Now in the combat, so the optimized character can't just have combat skill. Like you can easily make up a hostile for every single one because we saw the giant list of them.
Oh yeah, like you can.
Many of them would be easy to introduce into a combat.
Oh yeah, no, it's like you introduce enough of them, and adding just enough hostiles would do it. But really, like red is not useful in combat.
Yeah.
So you could have like 1 red maybe. It'd be functionally impossible to deal with. You just have like 5, just dedicate 5 to green or whatever, and just ignore 95% of it, except if you roll 0.
Yeah.
But mind you, that's something you always have to consider. You roll, there's a 10% chance, effectively every single roll, you comically screw up and everyone laughs at you.
Was there another list of these hostiles? Because this is not sorted by color. This is sorted by task. Was there one later? I think there was. Right?
Yeah, there's one later on 169.
Thank you.
Talking about all of the other ones. Yeah, that's where you have to determine ordered combat. The fact that explosives do 0 damage to you. Or my personal favorite, scopes and range combat.
God, that table triggered me.
No, but.
You go back to it.
Which one? I scrolled around a lot just now.
Table.
Scope table?
It's on 168.
Yeah.
Yeah, the scope table is amazing.
Oh, sorry. 168. Huh?
Yeah.
This is 168. This is 168.
No, go up 1 page.
Go up 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, what other game does this where they say low power optical, medium power optical? What?
Also, this is someone who doesn't know what guns are.
Yeah,
being like
laser.
Exactly.
Laser targeting is just the coolest. Like the bigger your scope is, the better it is in all situations.
Oh god.
And then laser targeting is just the coolest, so it gives you the most.
This triggers a childhood memory of for me of members of the Libertarian Party sitting around being very proud of their laser sights on their handguns. Like this is that brain right here. Like, oh, it gives me a +5 to hit. Yes, and the ATF can see you more clearly, Bob.
Yeah. I mean, if you have no sights, you just put a marshmallow peep on the gun and you get +1. Also, Jeremiah. It keeps getting me that it's just the random ass fucking terms at the bottom of these pages.
I mean, come on. Yeah, it's the Fortress of the Magnet. Yeah, the Jesters want to destroy P.T. Barnum. Very important, because P.T. Barnum was a member of the Illuminati.
Yeah, but he was the most powerful Illuminati ever because he had the most of the Apocrypha, right? No, wait, what? No, Regarum is what he had, yeah. Sorry, of course.
Had the powerful religion.
Yeah.
He had the ability to turn immortals into whatever he wanted using the power of faith.
Ooh.
You know, P.T. Barnum.
He was so powerful because he had elephants.
Yeah.
Because they weigh so much.
Yeah. Oh, true. And God. Oh yeah, right. They explain them so much. I completely memory hold this. Like,
I'm just glad we have not seen a single reference to Nikola Tesla.
If you look hard, probably it's somewhere in there.
Probably there. Probably
yes, here's
probably gonna be
another
like
reason you want to
age.
you want
Alright.
to be the bulk. It's because
All right,
then
time
you-
to. Oh boy, now we get all the hostiles, the hostile list.
yeah, like
Yeah,
the bulk. I mean, another reason to be the bulk is then you will never be encumbered.
Yeah.
Wait, but I can lift 1,000 times my weight over my head, but carrying a fourth of my weight encumbers me. What?
Welcome to this.
You can only stare in like on disbelief at these numbers.
Yes, you can
And the
only
thing is,
stare
it's
so
like-
long into the abyss.
yeah, you're encumbered with a difficulty number of 3. Like
Yeah.
most of the time, you're probably going to ignore it because you're
Yeah.
already that strong.
Yeah.
Except you have to still roll it because you have a 1 in 10 chance of your scoliosis kicking in.
Yes. Again, if you if there's somehow every hostile in the in the combat, if everything has something going on, then
Oh my God.
your chance of rolling a single 0 is above 50%, like in napkin math. Like every second action is gonna fail. Just outright. Just fucking amazing. Like that's how I imagine like cool immortals fighting that's constantly falling on their asses.
But other things about this, like brisk wind up to 25 miles per hour is equivalent to thin, sticky mud or water up to ankles.
Yeah.
What? What?
Mud up to shoulders is funny because that's really like the fighting in the Indiana Jones like quicksand pit. These are also like these don't really help me, these examples.
No, terrible. Also,
Yeah.
I'm starting to like get flashbacks to Cipher System because everything's a multiple of 3 right now.
Oh boy.
Oh,
everyone
yeah.
Everything is a multiple of 3. We
It's-
love Cipher System. It's the greatest system ever. Monty Cook is threatening me and my family. Like,
yes. Blink twice if you are not under duress right now. Oh, you don't have eyes.
You
Never
sick,
mind.
Ugh.
Yeah, okay.
No. Did I
Actually,
just
yes.
accidentally connect the two. I think I did.
I remember now. I was like, oh god, these are too many tables I scroll over. I didn't realize these were all the hostiles.
yeah, this is what I mean. They're seemingly random because
Yeah.
there's fatigue, there's fear, there's firearm recoil.
Like,
Because automatic fire
Yeah.
means you have to roll for every bullet.
what I also want to point out is, and a sane system would have sorted these by color, or put it, but no, they sorted alphabetically. And so, if I want to introduce like a blue hostile, I just have to know. But anyway, yeah, I have all these hostiles. I don't know. I do not care.
If they had ordered
and
them
here's
by
spells.
color, then you would have been able to reach for orange very easily and not
Nah.
get lemon lime.
You did it. Yeah, your Deus Ex does.
Yes, I did.
It's like a stick bug, but it's older.
Yeah, and like some of them are optional too. Like that's another thing. It's like, oh yeah, range is optional in this system.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, with your laser targeting sight, you obviously have. Like
It wasn't.
you do have the.
Yeah.
Of course, your laser targeting sight allowing you to hit maximum range, seemingly arbitrary. But yeah, no, there are so many different like hostiles that seemingly are almost random.
And it keeps
Almost.
it
Yeah.
keeps going. Lullaby, red. This hostile is a special case. It is used when a persona draws Immaculum from a Twilight and wishes to make the Twilight forget the experience. Ah. So you have to roll a 9 to do that without people remembering, for the most part. Interesting.
In other games, they call this Dominate 1, and this is
Yeah.
Lullaby. What?
Targets, cover. Like, the fact that it is a 10% cover, right? So my feet are not visible to you.
Yeah.
Now you have to roll a hostile. Just introduce the 1 in 10 chance that you are going to, like, your gun is going to explode in your hand or whatever. You're going to eject. You're going to eject your magazine. 1 in 10 chance if you don't see my feet when you shoot at me. Like, it's
like, I can only assume this is being charitable. Like, I can only assume if, like, your modifier is higher than the difficulty, you just don't need to roll.
Yeah, but
But
yeah.
they never say that.
No, they never say that. They never do.
Say that.
Like, it makes sense to me that if you have like a 4, then you can't fail a 3 roll anymore. Okay, fine. But then again, how hard is it to be 70% uncovered? Like, to find a cover that's basically standing behind a low car or bike or something.
Like, that's still 70%. Like,
Yeah.
you stand behind, like, a car. Like,
Standing behind a car is more like 50% normally.
Yeah, or even if it's a taller car, that's like
Yeah.
4. That's like 12.
Yeah.
That's really hard, relatively speaking.
Mhm.
Because again, it's like D10 plus your thing. So if it's your green, why is it green? What?
Because I guess you're trying to maneuver around, I guess.
It's because green's used for dodging.
Yeah, but I'm not dodging. The target is in cover. I am shooting at the target. That should be yellow. Obviously.
Well, actually, no. This is even worse. The idea, I'm reading this again. It's the idea that because you have taken cover, they now have to oppose it? Is that?
But
what
that
this
still doesn't
known
make
for?
it still doesn't make any sense.
My brain is melting. Oh god.
The hostile becomes Persona's
really
target has taken refuge behind an object, such as a shield or any other object that can be placed between them. A shield is applicable? Okay, cool.
Yeah, shield's applicable.
So, but again, the green is movement, right?
Yeah,
Not insane.
I guess it's
Yeah.
Yeah, green is movement, but it's also just used for dodging. So this is like the chance of not being hit.
Yeah.
but it's against them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
Are you trying to like I guess you're trying to like maneuver around the cover or something, which does lead to a strange situation where if you cover the top half of your body, if you pretty much go from like your shoulders up, you have the ability to force them to make a minimum roll of 3.
Yeah. What a mysterious game. Indeed. This makes no matter how from which direction you approach it makes no sense. If I am in cover and the other person is trying to shoot me, they would get the green hostile. Makes no sense. Would be arguably the blue, maybe blue.
I know the logic they're using now.
Okay, tell me.
Forget what they're called. Escapades. The maneuver escapade is literally you attempting to negate something.
Yeah, but
and it's supposed to be associated with green.
Yeah, okay, but fair enough. But what if I'm not trying to negate it? Like I'm just shooting them.
Straight up, like we are. It's the naked gun scenario.
Yeah,
we're both sitting there, and we both point out. We both shoot. I'm behind cover. You're behind cover. We would both have hostiles.
That are some green. Yeah, somehow it's green. The green part doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it should be yellow/green. Like green would be for if you're trying to move around the cover.
Yeah.
Yellow for when you're just trying to shoot accurately through it.
Yeah. Also,
This game is flawless.
Yeah, flawless, absolutely.
10 out of 10, best game available.
Reduces to 6 stats and everything's great, right? D&D? Yeah.
It just works.
Visibility, one of those you could easily make a table for. Doesn't have a table. It's also fine. Like, these little things. Whatever. Okay, we went over this enough. I can't.
know about thin mud.
No, no,
Yeah,
we have to fucking finish this book.
Yeah, Serenade, the best piece of the entire book.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Serenades.
because you can use your halo to attack their halo's colors, and then you get like results depending on what you did.
Oh.
Because you may not like it, but this is secretly a prequel to Blue Archive.
Oh God.
Finally. The truth revealed.
Yeah. So basically what these are supposed to, they buff you or debuff you at a base level, or in Red's case, read your mind. And they can also do other things though, don't worry about that.
The substance table. Oh,
Yes, we needed that. Like, this is again like so baffling to me. Like, yeah, we can do anything. We are immortals. We are so cool. What, you want to cast something on a windshield? Well, that's a 7. Also, diamond being the hardest. Okay, that's fair. What if I set it on fire though? Like, calcium deposits. Bismuth crystal is 2. I think it's arguable. That's arguable.
Yeah.
But whatever. Let's not think about it unless we go insane.
They're on the same
Oh
tier
yeah,
as
you
Asphalt.
thought we were done with the list? No, we're only at L. We're getting more leather. We have to have
surprise.
we have to have
never
sweet.
ended.
We have to have sweet leather, thick leather, and thin leather.
Yeah, the Viking axes later.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Yeah, then you get the ether section for living things, the white ally, as many as we must know. Wait, what's up, Waggling?
Wait for what? What's up? Is the windshield
almost as bulletproof as Kevlar?
Kevlar, ballistic glass. No, more so.
No, this is our ability to use our cool magic music powers to break it.
Yeah, but Kevlar is easier to break than a windshield. Still all the same. Like normal Kevlar. But reinforced armor is 9, so it's like, this is like bitch Kevlar.
It's one of those things where I wonder, like, how much of this is like, well, we can't make sure players, blow up everyone's Kevlar armor right off the bat. That wouldn't be fun. Like, this is like purely gameplay versus like, this is reality. Like, a windshield is not.
Yeah, like, to be real, I would just blow up people's bones, but it's supposed to be non-living, so it's like a bone armor in that case. Like, tungsten is 9? It also feels wrong. So water is completely free to cast on. Interesting. Zirconium gemstones.
Cubic zirconium.
Were you fucking, like, did you have a bet that you couldn't write zirconium gemstones in your game and then you put it in here? What the fuck?
I think this whole book is they lost the bet. You can't make a game that's based on colors. Watch me.
No, you again in volume 17 of the lore, it all makes sense.
It all makes sense.
I like that the number just keeps going up.
Firearms are in the appendix, Waggling.
Yeah, we're getting. I'm not gonna stop this before we get to firearms. Don't you worry.
Yeah,
the fact that it's a gray ally also. I just. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's our, like, effectively every single thing is like, oh, well, I want to create something. Okay, you can create something. It's the number of motes in the Halo's color. And
yeah.
You could technically make something better than you are relatively easily by putting 3 and just make a difficulty 9 check. I'm like, oh, yeah. Okay.
Like, car into glass, knife into rubber, waggling mermaid into rubber. Like, no, that's actually 5. Because it's a non-living. The target into living, target into elemental form.
Yeah, card
objects,
fired.
actual substance. So it would be. Oh, it cannot. Oh, it can. I cannot make something unliving. I can only make things living. If this.
Yeah, because this is ether, the power of life.
Yeah, of course, it makes sense if you think about it.
Oh, is this why P.T. Barnum was the evil enemy? He could turn cars into elephants.
That's why we got so
It all
many of
adds
them.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we also have our 6 types of serenades.
Oh,
Yeah, the echo, the chorus, the serenade. Like, you would think you maybe don't repeat your thing if it's also the larger word, but whatever. The cage, the carnals, and the warps. What are these? I don't give a fuck at this point, to be honest.
Yeah, they are all different. They're all slightly different.
Yeah.
They all do their own slightly different thing, and it's like, why? Why are you doing this?
Well,
Because it's
yeah.
like serenades aren't complicated at the end of the day. It's like, hey, just make a roll with whatever attention, because that's what they call spells, attentions, and just beat a target number.
Yeah.
All right, nothing too difficult there. And it's just like, let's make it as complicated as physically possible, though, to get there.
Have what? And then the talent toss. Talent toss is played. Persona. Okay. You can cast spells. At this point, I'm really just done.
I never again want to see the sentence. Our taint is applied.
Like,
Yeah, it's effectively, that's the only way to get taint, is that if you're trying to cast spells, and if you
Yeah.
get taint, that means you lose your immaculum and you get worse. The only way to get back your taint is you consume drugs, create a child, which is its own thing.
Yep.
Or you try to get something from mortals, but then you get a taboo.
I feel like Alex Jones wrote this now.
Again, one thing, easy enough to understand. Let's spread it out into 6 different parts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh god.
Yeah, the vogue.
Yeah,
This
so
is where actual powers are.
yeah, there's a bunch of these. Like you thought it was just a magazine? No.
No.
She said, yes, okay, let's talk about the clone children. So if you have acquired taint by fucking up your serenades, right? Well, that gives you a minus, basically. That's the if you look at the sheet, you have the free immaculum up here, you can allocate that to your stats. But you have taint, that's the opposite of that. And it's gonna fuck you up. So what you do is you birth a child that is a clone of yours, that you can control, and that will die after 30 years, and that while it's alive will carry your taint. That's what that is.
Yes,
Yeah.
you can use them to carry your taint, but also carry your taboos. And
Yes.
force this like 30-year-old
Oh, yeah, it's both.
person who's
Yeah.
living in agony to like, yeah, don't worry, I don't want to deal with this. This is
Yeah.
a major plot point.
Because yeah, sorry, it might only be taboos. I'm not sure. But what a taboo is, as I explained, like you could get saddled with a mortal might think that when you took the immaculum that you were a particular thing, and then you become that thing because they think that happened. And then you can make your child that thing. Like your child will have to get saddled with, I don't know, having a dog head or yeah. There's so
It's sort of like being a god and then saying, I don't want to have this cat head.
yeah.
I'm going to create an avatar that has the cat head who's going to live in agony because they can't eat food correctly now.
Yeah, so like rank 1 taboos are like,
Yeah.
you can't eat in the presence of others.
Yeah.
The immortal shadow pushes other shadows out of its way. A rank, let's see, where's the a
I'm
rank 5,
trying to get to them.
the immortal cannot open doors for himself. Whenever immortal uses a telephone, his enemies' phones ring and they can hear his conversation.
Like with some of them, I don't know how you would get them. But here we are, taboos. They are very these are also not created equal at all.
No.
Yeah, the Immortal cannot verbally communicate except through animal grunts, cries, or growls.
Yeah.
You become your persona fully.
Yeah, some of them some of the taboos are kind of weird. Some taboos feel like an inconvenience. Others of them feel like this is campaign changing,
Yeah.
and
Like,
others of them are just odd.
what would you rather have? The Immortal is cold to the touch, or the Immortal becomes magnetized? It's both in tier 1.
Oh, wow.
Like, oh, the Immortal's hair is prematurely white. Like, who cares? I could be magnetized. Like, it's so dumb.
Beverages effervesce in the Immortal's hands.
And then, yeah, you're supposed to roll these. I mean, I guess you can, like, it's the DM, of course, decide. But you can also roll this. So it might be that you, like, got your Immaculum, like, in a dark alley off of some mortal that you found. And then they're going to give you the completely unfitting thing because they were, like, kind of insane. It's, I can only sigh at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you're getting this because of about a dozen different reasons. Different powers give you different problems, and like some of the powers, the actual serenades, some of them are actually pretty interesting, but they are also incredibly expensive because almost all of them are complexity 5 or 4.
Yeah.
Unless you have a bonus to it, you might go down to
yeah, I think they're all 5s unless your pride has a bonus to it.
Yeah, some of them are 4, but
okay.
It's still like very few of them are. And let me Dowser. Oh boy, you can Dowser attention allows you to draw yourself to a things for which you search. Oh boy, that's
I can find the MacGuffin of the adventure every time. Max that, find it immediately. Bingy bongy. I'm just scrolling at this point. Oh yeah. Here's the rest of the lexicon as I showed before. And now let's look at the weapon table because it's funny.
Yes, the time for weapons.
So Axe, battle axe small, battle axe double bit, single bit, great, Viking, hatchet, tomahawk, woodman's double bit, woodman's single bit. Here we go. That's all the axes that exist. Then I want to scroll down quickly to note that of these ones, the Viking axe specifically cannot be thrown. Because these people clearly know what they're talking about in terms of weapons. As much as they know about other things.
They know the Viking axes.
But this is like the least of the game's problems. However, as you might notice, they're not very complex. Well, what we have here is a minimum stat you need to wield it in orange and a damage level, which is just,
Yeah, which is added flat to your actual hit.
Yep.
So you could having like a great hitting someone with a great axe effectively means the have fun, your head's coming off.
Yes.
That's a lot of damage.
Yes.
Like
it is surprisingly deadly in this case. Another thing to note is that so some of these weapons have like a 5 or even a 6, I believe, in the hostile here. 7 in some cases. Makeshift weapon 65 pounds or more. Some are weird when you consider that you're allowed to weigh like 20 tons in this game, whatever that may mean. Like most of this number, it doesn't matter. You can ignore it. This they explicitly say, if you have as much or more, you can ignore it. But if it's less, you have to roll the target number on the orange mode. But it's usually not very hard to do that. Except they have the 1 in 10 chance there, of course, again.
Yeah, it's just another roll.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is so encumbering somebody could be a good way to give them an orange hostile. And it doesn't really do all that much else. All these weapons. Oh God, there's so many.
The thing that got me was at the top of the columns, how they had to use so many words to describe one thing. If you can scroll up a little.
Hmm?
Minimum
Yeah.
orange boats to use without bulk costal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, ow. Why did you need to use that many words to describe that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
some of these are pretty fun, and like it's a strange number of melee weapons because some
Yeah.
of them are like,
Yeah.
all right, a crowbar, okay, it's 1993, we can get a crowbar pretty easily. An African war club, like that's too specific.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or a hoe. I think this is one of the very few games I know about where you can fight immortals with a hoe.
It's my plus 12 of harvesting. It harvests souls.
Nunchucks as well.
Yeah.
The hoe instruction.
My favorite of all of this must be like, for most part, if you just like, oh, maul, a huge club or hammer. Okay, fair enough. Then you find a sai, also called in jite. Oh, thank you. Now I know what it is. If I didn't know what the sai is, what's the chance to know what the jite is?
Yes, and the large number of swords that feels so
Yeah.
second edition D&D.
It does.
Well, it makes sense if you're like, this is Highlander.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It makes a lot of sense all of a sudden.
And
Like, yeah, of course you have your katana, or hey, you have your kopech. Of course you do,
Yeah.
because you are a Highlander,
Is
even
there
though
a
they keep
normal
telling you you're
arming
not.
sword? Like bastard, broad, claymore, AP, great sword, crap, yeah.
Also,
Longsword, yeah.
Katanas are really good.
Katanas are, yeah, katana is the best one of the bunch. Because you get like for 3 in the orange, which is not that hard to get, you get 1 more damage, but 2-5 for the other swords.
Yeah, I would say like a longsword, a scimitar, or a katana would probably be the absolute best.
Yeah. Looking at
How easy it is
axes.
just to decapitate people with it.
Yeah. Axes are kind of the same. A bit harder with the orange, but mostly fine. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really matter because there's so many other things you could be doing in this game. Why is this list even here? Like,
And why is it this long?
yeah, why is it this long? And then they repeat it because it would have been impossible to let us know what we can throw out of these weapons off of this list.
That's impossible. That's why I was criticizing the large number of words at the top. It's like, what? You could have just had a column that said can be thrown? Yes, no?
And then on yet another page, okay, here we come to non-fire missile weapons. Also very many.
The highly specific arrowheads.
Yeah. And then we get to caliber and gun stuff.
Again, this is my favorite chart. Like this. It's how specific it is.
Yeah. Oh. Like, I have no idea what most of these would even go into.
This is I looked at the gun magazine at the library brain.
Let's see. 250 Savage. Let's see that. I'm like 250 Savage ammo. Like what gun does this go into?
I don't even know where you are.
The Savage Model 99 bolt action rifle, a hammerless lever action, I mean, by the Savage Arms Company. It is the only one that ever used for big game hunting.
Great. We also have the 300 Savage, which is bigger.
Let's see. We got a 7mm Mauser shot.
Oh yeah. If you thought we were done, no, we only had 3. It goes way higher.
Yeah. Let's see what other horrifying things are there to. And the thing is, like, guns are pretty damaging. Like, you
Oh,
could
yeah.
kill a person with a gun pretty easily.
Yeah, but you would heal because it's at a distance. You would have to be in close
I said
quarters and shoot.
mortal people would get hurt.
Okay,
Unless
yeah.
the other weird thing is, if you're super close to them, shooting them does do damage.
True.
Because your halos are touching.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
As long as your tips touch, like, you know. That's why the 5 feet apart rule exists, because then your halos don't touch, so it can't be gay. Like,
yeah, no homo, bromo. I mean,
oh yes, social distance.
Oh yes, the 44 Remington Magnum does 11 damage, has 12 hostile recoil.
Is it like if you fire more than once, or is it every time?
Yeah, in theory. Yeah, because there are no actual. The weird thing, there are no actual like guns in the game. It's only ammo.
Yeah.
So technically, if you really want to, you could auto fire a. Let's see, you would be able to auto fire the 41 Magnums. Or the automatic, 44 auto Magnum. Yeah, you could fire those automatically if you want, or the 44 of the 444 Marlin. I guess you could fire those, auto fire, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Don't you auto fire 44?
Don't you do that by default?
Yeah, I mean, come on.
10 gauge shot and slug is also in there. And then they have also bulk hosters per class of firearm, or being big guns, being bulky. And then they give you the missiles and firearms ranges table, which is optional. You can throw...
Mind you, all the ranges are optional.
Yeah.
Like, that's the...
Out of 9 axes, you can throw 7, and those 7 you can all throw 15 yards at maximum range. This feels like not even another person made this. Like, this feels like another person who wasn't allowed to read the rest of the book made these charts.
Mm-hmm.
We just only explained how the dice system works, and only in relation to like basic combat. And then they had to write every single gun that exists, or rather bullet that exists, down in a long list. Before
I can
Wikipedia
answer that statement. Like,
okay.
This was basically done like as an artist's like magnum opus, right? Hey Gary, you know about guns. Can you do this section?
Yeah, probably.
You spent 3 years in the army.
It's too
like
real.
That's what this is.
Gary would also have had to be like a medieval nut though. Well, I guess that's.
I mean, that's why the armor chart has plate mail and full Kevlar side by side.
It's not unlikely that you find that.
Oh, that face. Oh,
Yeah.
that face. That's why I made a meme of it.
I was like that they just mentioned high-tech power armor out of pocket here.
Yeah.
Oh god, and there's it's fucking afterwards.
Brotherhood of Steel member, you know.
Yeah. This is by the producer, not by the.
Yeah, that's Paul W. Brown III. He was the head of the company of Precedence. And he now works at a BMW in Arizona.
Yep.
Good for him.
And there were expansion packs apparently. No one could find them.
Yeah.
No.
I like that they wanted to sell you like a pack of 60 tens in their 6 colors for $7.
Yeah. Well, 9 also has the white, black, and gray.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Sorry. If you allied dice, yeah, of course. And
that is Immortal First Edition.
Yeah. It sure is.
That was.
Help.
Yeah, don't forget to sign up for Club Eternity, of course.
Yeah, of course.
So, 10 out of 10 best game of 2024. Like,
MCTM really has to try harder now.
Yeah,
exactly.
True.
So,
you go.
In general, what are your guys' opinion? Like,
Oh.
just conclusions.
Okay, to do the conclusion, I mean, we can do it after. So this game is fascinating, but it's also basically unplayable, and also one of the highest bars of entry I've ever seen to a game. Because imagine having to explain this to like your table, because they won't read this unasked. You won't be able to be like, hey, I want to play this weird game about Immortals. Please read this book by next week. They're not going to do that. They're going to bounce off of this like so hard.
I mean, I guess the point is like you're supposed to discover it all.
Yeah.
Like, because you're like, oh, I'm remembering that I'm an immortal super god. Like, you don't even have to introduce anything. Like, yeah, just do this.
Yeah.
I guess that's the point. But like,
yeah. Like, even if only I have to read the book, it's already too impossible.
It's a huge buy-in for the DM,
I'm also, this is one of those, I didn't really get into this, but this book is very silent on what the fuck am I supposed to be doing in this?
There is the GM section,
yeah,
sort of, in the I think it's called the Nivala.
Yeah, but it's like 5 pages long.
Yeah, like, and it's like, oh well, it's episodes and seasons.
Yeah, like, and here's here's like some guys that you could put in your thing.
Yeah, it's very light, and do you think that they were expecting to be like, hey, you already played World of Darkness, here's this new thing, you already know how to play this because it's World of Darkness.
Yeah. I don't feel like it is World of Darkness ultimately. Because it doesn't have, in World of Darkness I always have more of an internal power structure. In this I don't even know what all of these goobers are up to. That's a really good way to put it.
There's that, and then World of Darkness has the grounded aspect of vampire, mage, werewolf.
Yeah.
The only one that you can really go, oh yeah, I know what that means, is Nimrod, and that's it.
Yeah.
Even Nimrod's like, if you read into it, it's like, oh, Nimrod's also completely insane.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
All of them are just odd. Because it's never easy. That's the thing. It's never simple. It's there's always that exception clause right at the end of everything.
Yeah, the only way it works to introduce is really as a fish out of water, like one-time thing.
Oh yeah. Like have them be the villains of your World of Darkness game.
Oh yeah, that's actually not a bad idea, maybe. Or just have them be there.
Well, that's the weird thing, actually. What was the one thing I saw that was really bizarre? Let me see if I can find it. Because in one of these sections, these early sections, let me see. Yeah. Like, I think it's in the it'd be page 29 of the PDF, page 28 normally.
Mm-hmm.
They literally say, play these characters in other games.
Yeah. How the fuck am I?
Because they're all you just make a character normally, except that you're just playing this character. It's like, what? If you have the buy-in, if you already are like, this seems cool, I'm invested in this meta plot, I guess it could be interesting. If you sign up for Club Eternity and you're like, hell yeah, this is my jam. I guess that's why there's 3rd edition now.
Yeah,
I mean, like it was kickstarted, wasn't it?
Let's
so
because I've got a.
I believe that people have played this. That's the thing. I could open 3rd edition as well on my end. Like, I believe that people have played this. Sure, no question. Like they did stick to their guns with the weird photoshops, by the way. Even in 12. This story.
I was thinking of another game.
This is 2005. Yeah, it's not that, like, it's not Kickstarted. It predates it. No. But
it does read better. I was thinking on 3rd edition. It is a lot better laid out. A little cheap looking, but I'm not expecting much from a free game, effectively.
Yeah, true.
But
no, my brain was so broken I was starting to mix it up with Cinnabar. That's what it was thinking of.
Oh no, not Cinnabar.
it's the kind of thing it's interesting to read. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
It's interesting to read Immortal First Edition as kind of a weird time capsule
it is.
of.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah. It's fascinating in much the same way a car accident is fascinating.
Exactly. Like
it really is.
Like, yeah, I can't like. So here's basically my verdict for this is like, as much as this is unplayable and bad, I can't hate it because it is somebody's baby, and I can feel that they just didn't know what they were doing. Like, this could be a playable game. Like, you can sort of see it. You wouldn't even have to change like the basic rules all that much.
No.
But what really like makes it impossible for me is just that I cannot, and I will never be able to make sense of this lore they're having because there's too much in there. Like, this book needed like a companion novel, where a character just goes through exactly this and gets all of the shit explained to them, so that I can read the novel and know what's going on, because it will not go into my head in this format.
Yeah, it felt like there needed to be even like a paragraph or a page just saying, here's the absolute basics of everything you need to know. Like, here, all this bullshit Lord just told you, don't think about it too hard. This is what you actually need to know. You are immortals. You are just kind of waking up from this weird, forgetful dream sleep. You need to, integrate back into immortal existence. And because guess what? The thing that wants to kill you is trying to come back to life. And because someone sold the Femdarkle. Reiterate. Yeah, it's like, all right. You got a plot, there's some intrigue, the prides. I'm like, all right, this is fine. But that never happens.
Oh god.
They just throw more shit at you.
I agree with Sonnet as well. If this was like a game, like in a computer game, RPG Maker, whatever, and all this weird shit was just in there and you could just run around and experience it, people would love that. Like Fear and Hunger is one of those things where, it's kind of feels similar almost, because there's like this kitchen sink approach of everything is exists and everything is weird and bad, or maybe not bad. And this is I could see that this is something. Yeah, maybe it would have maybe it just missed its what you call
Medium?
it? Medium. Thank you.
Yeah,
I don't even think that. I think like if you had like a GM who really cared or who knew about it already, and they ran you through this, they knew what was going on. They were introducing you all, and I guess the idea would be like, oh, I've learned everything that I need to know. Now I can run it for other people because I now know things. Kind of like this endless cycle.
So a mind virus, you're saying?
Yeah, kind of like this, like what we're doing here, should never have happened. Like we were supposed to we were supposed to have someone who already knew what was going on. Like we have the Immortals, first edition strongest warrior up here behind us and being like, hello, child. It's me and my persona, and I must tell you all about this and how it makes complete sense. And just experiencing it all, you're like, oh, but like just hear about it. This doesn't quite work, but it's interesting.
So in the logic of what we just said, every person who likes 3rd edition was personally indoctrinated by the author into this world. And then they went on to indoctrinate more people. And slowly but surely the knowledge is spreading. Like, yeah, like again, the rules, like with the different hostile target numbers and stuff, it's clunky, it's not very fast, but it's never complicated per se. The skill list is probably the dumbest of all of this whole book. It's because you don't need it.
Have any of you read Cult First Edition or any
Cult?
of friends?
Cult? I don't.
Cult.
Yes, we have done Cult as an episode. Yeah.
It reminded me of.
Oh
that.
Yeah, true. This is fuck. Maybe this is Cult inspired and not World of Darkness inspired.
It could be both. Honestly, it could be both directions there, because I was looking at kind of like the cult skill list. I'm like, the cult skill list had the same thing.
Yeah,
It was
nice.
very,
Mm.
it was like, why is scuba diving in this game about weird horror stuff?
Yeah.
And then I'm like,
About
no, that
sex-
makes sense.
About sexual
Like-
assault and horror stuff, yes.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, here's my scuba skill. Finally, the thing I need.
Yeah.
But the horrifying part is that's what I got out of it. I was like, at first it was like, okay, this is World of Darkness. You see the prides, you see it's the clans, it's all this. And then it slowly dawned on me. I'm like, oh, it's World of Cults, but Mummy.
What? God,
It's World of Darkness Mummy as written by an insane person who read the cliff notes of it.
No, I'm with you. This makes sense.
No, that actually makes a lot of sense.
This is so true, though. And you could really, this is basically the crunch that Cult was missing. Because if you look,
come out?
Cult predates World of Darkness by a little bit. So it is older than both. First edition.
Let's see.
So,
1991. So
yeah.
It would add up that this is possibly more cult inspired than World of Darkness.
It's clearly maybe the World of Darkness stuff is in there because it's demanded by the publisher.
It was popular at the time.
Yeah. Because it feels like it went through a transition between being organized one way and then organized another way, because we have the callings, and then we also have our different groups we join or are part of, and they don't fit together quite.
Well, if you notice, they don't do anything.
Yeah, they don't do it.
Like, the callings don't do anything.
No.
The prides don't do anything for you. They're just kind of there.
Yeah.
Would this game be better? Here's the thing. Would this game be better? Like, here's a bunch of schizo lore, but it's just like, you don't know any of that yet because you're waking up, you're kind of these immortal beings, kind of trying to figure out what's going on, and you're being introduced to a bunch of weird societies. You're not part of any of them. You don't have a calling. You're not a high binder or whatever. You are just relearning all of this stuff. I'm like, that could be interesting in its own way.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, be really interesting actually. And then you can choose to join them if you want to.
And then you have the horrifying situation that this game is also indirectly reminded me a lot of Monty Cook's one game, the Wizard one. God, what was that game called? Monty Cook games. Tell me, Monty Cook, what game did you write? It was the Wizard one. It was Invisible Sun.
Oh no!
When you realize that this game almost directly reminds me of Invisible Sun, I'm like, Monty Cook, did you steal from Immortal to create this? My God.
I mean, that is his MO.
It's...
I don't want to believe that, but yeah, sure, it's possible.
Yeah. It's possible. Because, I'm going to write my own player's handbook after working on the 3rd edition run. That's totally him, so...
Yeah. And I think my final verdict on this is, it's we all bounced off of this to varying degrees, but I can see the person who falls into this and they fall hard. And then you have another person who wants to play this more, I guess. Mm-hmm. And hey, it's never been easier to find each other than current year. So good luck, whoever wants to play this.
It's one of those things. If someone approached me and said, "Hey, Notepad, I want to play Immortal. I want to play Immortal with you," I would be first threatened by this person. Second, I think I would say yes, just out of pure curiosity. Doesn't need to be good, doesn't need to be bad, but just out of pure curiosity. Even now knowing about it.
Yeah, I would. Out of morbid curiosity, I would want to meet a person who wants to play this, just not even necessarily agree to play. I want to meet a person who likes this.
Yeah.
And then talk to them why they like it and how they do this, how they run it and stuff. And then I would come to a conclusion there. Oh my God, this game. yeah,
Kind of like meeting somebody who only plays Skaven and Warhammer. Like
yeah,
they're their own breed.
yeah. Don't call me out like that. No, I play orcs, never mind.
I play Skaven. That's why I said it.
I play Skaven and orc. Whatever. No, fuck it. This is going too far. Yeah.
My final verdict is if you sanded off the edges, I think my earlier statement applies even harder now. The rule set makes for an awesome drama/comedy game. And the reason why is you're only making checks when things are complicated.
Yeah. True.
Like a normal game, like that's supposed to be the case at the outset. But in this, it physically is pushing you in that direction. Oh wait, no. There's something hostile going on. So as a result, I don't know. Dave the bunny is going about his normal day, and then complications arise, and then that's when dice get rolled. Like it's set up perfectly for that.
True.
Like you could use this to play Dallas. I don't know.
Yes.
Finally, Dallas 2.
Oh god, it's one of Dallas was one of our more favorite super old games.
I have a fondness for Dallas. I have it in my notes to make the JRSD.
Fuck yeah.
Because more people must experience Dallas.
Do it. I love like for a lab system. It was verdict back then was it's a really good lab system basically. Because it represents all of the things you usually need for that. But anyway, let's stay here. I agree with you, Drake. Also, I want to point out, we are like tearing up first edition, right? I have not really read third edition, so I don't know if they just get better at explaining the world. Because that's what keeps me from trying it, honestly.
Yeah, Thunder Dan says it's a straightforward explanation of the settings. So
yeah.
I'm down. Like I would
like just mousing through. There was more. Like here's a section of taint, and here's a section of gifts and curses, and so on and so forth. Like if they just explain it like to a human, like then probably this is playable. Yeah, here we come it. Immaculum is a form of life force that we use to fuel and enhance our abilities and powers. Like this.
I wonder if that was a like even back then, like that was a noticeable complaint, and he's like, "I'm going to take this to heart. I'm going to just explain everything in my 25 volumes of lore."
Like
he says in 2020, 2005, not volume 27 to 35.
Like,
but
yeah, that's really the first edition of this feels like it was written by an immortal. Because
I mean, it is translated.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No, what I mean by this is it's like the thing of if like a math professor is trying to explain math to you and you are just lost because they assume you know basic math.
Yeah, it's like that. Yeah.
And you just don't know the math, so you're fucked. But if this book is written with the idea that the human is supposed to understand it, then I'm like, yeah, sure. Because this setting is weird enough and fun enough that I could, especially, for me, what would be most fun, I think, is this awakening process, playing like a character that is, maybe not me, but like a person in the modern day, discovering that they were an Egyptian god or something, and then like being able to ejaculate a whole river out of, because that's what they were used to doing back in the day.
Yeah, just realizing like, wait a second, I have supreme godlike power.
Yeah.
I'm not used to this, and just learning more.
Yeah.
That was one thing I actually did enjoy. It was the idea of, hey, you don't know what you have right off the bat, and you have to discover it / just write it in effectively.
Yep.
And it's like, it's an interesting premise.
Yeah, of course, the premise also only works once. This is not a great thing to do again. But the discovery thing, if it's done right, I could see it being effective in getting in there.
If you had the right group who were, I would say, like, you could do the same trick twice kind of thing, and they would be down for it, being like, I don't know what this next character is going to be like. I have a general idea what my character is going to be, but I don't know the rest. I'm like, okay. Like it's
Yeah,
an
true.
interesting enough
Like,
premise to do.
a lot of the like what kind of character it would also stem from like, okay, what's our initial problems? Oh, it's all about learning. Well, I guess I could be the smart one, and then I put like 5 points into red, and next time you just don't do that, and then different character, right? Yeah, easy.
Yeah, it's even little things like that's not a bad idea, and it's
No.
all right. I'm in.
Yeah, like
It's
I still think like first edition specific. Again, you need the author to be your DM or someone who was personally trained by the author to really get the most out of this, and that's probably not a positive for a game if it's like that. But yeah, so what we do on this show, very originally, is we say what our favorite and least favorite thing about the game is that we just reviewed. So let's start with our least favorite thing. Trey, do you want to go first?
Least favorite thing. I put the lexicon in every page. Drives me bonkers.
You took my thing
So
away.
much.
Yeah, it's really a whiplash every time it happens.
Every time, because every time I go, okay, I'm going to take this seriously. I'm going to read this page. I'm going to read this thing on this thing. And then abruptly it explains what Abaddon is. And like using language that was common in the early 90s. The Black Ally used by Immortal. Wait, what?
Yeah. And again, every single one of these lexicon entries is also has at least 4 other things you have to look up in it. And it's the worst, yeah.
It's terrible.
Notepad, what is...
It takes me out.
Yeah, absolutely. What is your least favorite thing, Notepad?
least favorite thing. See, I'm trying to look at things purely mechanical. That's what I try to view myself as, Mr. Mechanics Man. This doesn't work very well sometimes. I am truly like mystified by the when you're buying skills and stuff. Like when we were talking about, like, you cannot make a functional human being.
Yeah.
Because of that untrained modifier, being like, congratulations, you will
Minus
fail 90% of skills all of a sudden.
Right.
Yeah.
Because your untrained isn't like -1 or -2 or some sort of scale. No, it's -5. Like,
like you feel crippled doing it. And some of these skills sometimes don't do something normal. Like, oh, you take martial arts. Martial arts just increases your damage.
Yeah.
It's like, why? Like, I always hate skills that like seemingly do random things.
It's one of those things that they stole from Rifts. There were Rifts also like, oh, you have like play sports. Well, I guess you get +2 to something else now.
But I also have a strong affection toward Rifts. Uncle Kev, let me write for you.
No. I don't hate Rifts either. Rifts is fun. It's just one of the acquired taste.
Yes, it is. But it was just little things like that, and then it's like, okay, well, you only have 100 memory points. You're also just incompetent at everything.
Yes, like the best part about it is that it is instantly obvious what the rule could have been. The rule could have been, oh, you don't have anatomy. Well, if you try to do anything with it, you take the complexity of the skill as a minus instead of by 5.
Yeah.
See, I wouldn't even like. See, at that point, like, even the complexities feel weird, because the problem with complexities is like, oh, here, this skill is complexity 3, this skill is complexity 3, but one might be just vastly more useful than another.
Oh, yeah, true.
And you have this weird mental calculation in your head where it's like, skill A is not going to be nearly as useful as taking skill B, even though they cost the exact same.
Yeah.
And I do not know how the complexity was determined. That's
the complexity, like, okay, but just off of the -5 thing. I was just only talking about that. It would have been way better to do that than 5.
Yeah, it's
because 5 is a huge minus.
Yeah, exactly. It's the skill section in general feels like just a bizarre nightmare that I can't wake up from.
That is so true. Yeah. And God, you took my other thing. Now I have to think of a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think then I'll take the other low-hanging fruit. Is that those classes you can be just don't do anything. Like they're the most tacked on thing ever, and there's not enough of them. Like you have 6 jobs that you can be, and that's it. It doesn't tell me enough about the world to get anything out of it, and it is probably not. It is by far not enough that I can make like 20 characters that feel different with it. Like because unlike say Shadowrun, where I can boil down the roles you have to maybe 6 or 7. And then everything is informed by actual skills, so the nitty-gritty is different. In this, I can kind of tell that the nitty-gritty is all going to be the same, because one keeper is not going to be that distinct from another, and this is if you want to fluff it up, that's cool, but there's not enough fluff here at all. And then ancillary to that, the Prides also don't really do enough to distinguish themselves to me. And the lore doesn't really bear out in what makes them different, or what it should mean if my fellow player at the table chooses an Anopheles over an Arachne. Like, am I supposed to care? Probably not.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like there's a lot of lore, but there's a ton of lore, but it doesn't feel like any of that lore means anything. It just becomes white noise. And then when it feels like there should be lore, like maybe like give the prides a little bit more, give your classes or callings a little bit more. It's like, oh well, you should know this already. I'm like, no.
Yeah, I'm very inclined to do a 3rd edition episode at some point, just to know if it's better. Okay, Drake, what's your favorite thing in this book?
Okay, so this is going to be kind of funny, but I'm going to be comparing to our best friend Pondsmith here.
Oh, okay.
This Pondsmith made me really dislike doing D10 ad stuff to it.
Mm-hmm.
This brought me back from the brink of saying never do that.
Yeah.
Because it actually presented it in a way that I was like, this is different enough. Yeah. Sure, it gets a little complicated, but like I don't feel like it's a complication that we can't shoulder,
Yeah. There would be ways to make the system less clunky, which are not that hard to do. And then I would probably like this. Yeah. One thing you definitely want to get rid of is the health system, though.
Oh yeah, the health thing. It's just, what the fuck are you doing?
The health system felt I wouldn't say tacked on, but it felt like they had an idea originally, and that idea was like, well, this doesn't work anymore, so we'll do something kind of already know.
Yeah. The best thing I can say about the health system is that it feels tacked on.
It does.
Like, I don't know. It just was weird.
Feels like Alternity's health system with extra steps.
Yeah. Oh God. Not bad. What is your favorite thing?
Here's the thing, kind of bouncing off that a little bit. I do like the thing with the game when it comes down to, hey, you've kind of got this floating points that you kind of get the idea of, like, okay, you can dedicate it different ways, but you feel powerful. It's weird. It's kind of a weird thing to say, but you feel like in combat, they say, okay, clashes are 3 seconds long. And it's like, yeah, okay, I dedicate a bunch of stuff, and you can kind of see in my head anyway, kind of that rapid exchange of like 2 immortals kind of show up with one another, and you just like 6 seconds go by, but a bunch of shit already happened.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, it sells the illusion every now and again. It sells that illusion of like, here's the serenades, here's like how fast combat is, the ability to kind of have floating resources that you can like quickly bulk yourself up with. I'm like, that's a cool idea, and I'm like, I'm in. Like, this is a neat premise.
Yeah, I agree, actually, because again, the base system is pretty simple because it's just this. You almost don't need the talents, like at least not in the complexity they have. It should be maybe a yes/no thing. Like pick 10 knowledges you have or whatever. And then just make this more interesting and maybe give you a bit more power at the start. Because one thing I dislike about it is that, yeah, you're an immortal, you're a cool Superman. Also, you get like basically human average stats. Good luck. It's a bit strange.
Oh yeah, no, it's if you could get more. How do I want to word this? If you could get, if you felt more powerful to start off with,
Yeah.
the idea being like you are going to rapidly escalate. You know that, everyone knows that.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I already feel pretty strong. I already feel really good.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, but I always have to kind of keep going. Kind of, again, it's a Highlander fight thing.
Yeah.
Where it's, hey, we're fighting another immortal super warrior. And that fight should feel really good. But again, it's like, oh, it's corporate goon 1. Meaning like, no, he's going to die instantly because
Yeah.
I have ultra instincted all the way over to him because I'm just that cool.
Yes.
Like,
and then like what I would do to make it like feel like better is I would maybe be like, okay, you get 5, 4, 3, 3, 2, 2. Let's pull in the 6 stats, go. And then forcibly make red a little less important in the in resolutions, because red is feels too important.
If red was just, I think the idea of red's fine if you overemphasize other parts of the game.
Yeah,
rather
true.
than, yeah, it's just like, yeah, red, you are an incredibly intelligent person, but the red doesn't really factor into combat at all.
Yeah.
So if you were to like reshuffle the priority of certain aspects, I think it could work a little bit better. Or just give some of the things that red does to expertise, or give it to like senses, or like blue or yellow. You could split up some of the things red did and be like, okay, this feels a lot better now.
Yep. What is my favorite thing? Honestly, so on a meta level, the insanity of this book is my favorite thing. Because like it has no time to explain itself. It just has to go. It has to tell you about the dinosaur wars back in 65 million BC. Like it's if this was
hits the ground running.
If it had this exact timeline and then explained itself, I would be so in. But since it never really explains itself in a coherent way, it's just impossible for me to get into it. And again, especially as like a non-native speaker, I need you to use words that I can easily parse, because yeah, I'm good at speaking this language, but it's not my prime language. So it's like, if you come at me with the sanguinary and what was it called, Shards of Conundrum, I'm going to take a bit of time to understand this, and this is going to put me out of the game. And yeah, but again, on the meta level, I would love a story set in this insane universe. Like, make me a 10-part TV series or something.
Oh yeah,
like
actually,
if you could, if there was any supplementary material for this, I think it would be a lot more. I would be a lot more in.
Yeah.
Be like, yeah, here's the TV show, here's the Vidya game, or here's the the book or whatever. Like, it's something else. Be like explaining everything that a normal player would be experiencing starting off, and then hand out the book.
Yeah, exactly. Again, now curious if 3rd edition would fix these issues for me. So this is objectively a bad game, but you can tell that there's potential in it, which is kind of what I would say about it ultimately. Like, both
it's objectively a bad game, but it's not soulless bad. It's like just vague incompetence bad.
Oh yeah, it's got a lot of heart.
Yeah,
it does.
It does. Like, it's
got soul with a V.
It's the big difference between like a Haven City of Violence and this, is that one of them is completely like morally bankrupt shit, and this is just somebody's baby that they couldn't quite communicate to you.
Yeah. And it's not written depressingly either. Like
Yeah.
Tales from the Floating Vagabond, that was
Ah.
clearly his baby, but God, it was depressing by the end.
Yeah, true. God, that was so bad. Okay. I think I'm spent.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we really.
we gave this is the longest episode yet, I think.
Oh yeah, no. See, we're under time for me usually. That's the problem.
Yeah, your stuff's long, and it's okay. Now, we usually do like 3 hours, more or less. Sometimes shorter if there's not much to do, which just turns out it's not great. But anyway, Drake, what do we do next time?
I was past a game that Modiphius did that is supposed to be the most complicated of their 2D20 systems.
Oh, okay.
Infinity, the role-playing game.
No.
Oh, Infinity?
Yeah.
We're doing
Oh boy, have fun with that.
Infinity right after Immortal, okay. I see what you're doing.
Found me out!
Any of you play Infinity at all?
Looking at this going, oof.
No, it's usually we don't know these. We usually go in blind before. Like, for the most part. Of course, some of this we know.
One of the things with the Infinity RPG, because I already went over that one a while ago, was it's technically... it's old lore at this point, because Infinity is a war game and it keeps going. And it's using some of the older lore, and things have occurred in that one. There's a lot of issues behind the scenes with the Infinity RPG, apparently.
Oh, okay.
So that'll be fun. It's an interesting game. Do you have you gotten over any of the 2D20 games?
We did, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What did we do?
Conan, Fallout,
Dune.
and Dune.
Yeah.
It is definitely an earlier variant of the 2D20.
Ooh, okay.
Not as Conan tier, but earlier than Fallout. So if you're like, Fallout seems weird, Infinity is going to feel a lot weirder.
Oh God, I couldn't get over the aesthetics of Fallout because I'm an old head for those games. I hate 4 and 3.
Fallout 4 is the only Fallout game, as you know.
No, oh my God, leave this channel right now. Never.
Todd Howard is personally coming to your location. Will buy another copy of Skyrim.
No, I won't.
Special
Fuck you, Todd. My door's triple bolted.
It's an interesting thing to read. If you don't like Fallout 4, Fallout the TRPG is a fascinating experience.
Yeah, I can definitely say that.
And I know apparently they actually put out a new source book recently, which is a disaster piece.
Great. Yeah, we can't be bothered to look at other source books usually. We usually do the main game.
Oh yeah, same here.
Like that, you would just die.
Oh,
You know,
God, yeah. Just scrolling through this. 5th Russian Revolution. What? Yeah, this is going to be fun to get into.
Hell yeah, okay. I'm in. Super.
yeah, Infinity's got some interesting lore.
As soon as you get Hyper Stalin involved, you know it's good. Anyway, okay. Notepad. Thank you so much for being here. This was great.
Thank you.
And thank you
for having me.
Thank you for making good content. Please plug it right now. And I mean it. I've watched a lot of your stuff.
Oh no. Hello everyone. Yes, I stream on Twitch at Notepad Anon. I also do have a YouTube channel of Notepad Anon. I go over games kind of like this, except in extreme detail and usually less jokes. And less fun, more pain and suffering as we go over 4 of these things in one stream. Yes, we've got that tomorrow. Actually, we will the Cloudbreaker Alliance and Break TRPG and Valor video will be going out on the main channel. If you want to watch the Daggerheart video where I lose faith in humanity, feel free to.
We have looked into Daggerheart some and like in our own time. And we aren't impressed.
They put out 1.3 a couple days ago.
Okay.
They changed some things, and it's very fascinating because it's a bunch of stuff people were like, this is clearly awful. And they're like, oh, well, we made some minor changes. I'm like, I don't think you can fix some of these like core issues of this game.
Yeah.
Come on, Darrington Press. You have 9 writers.
You have 9 solid writers,
Yeah.
I understand.
My core issue is that the races are just clearly like, here's a bunch of garbage and then there's 2 or 3 good ones. And stuff like that is just everywhere.
Yeah, they rewrote a bunch of the races and the backgrounds and stuff. So it's like there's damage control going on behind the scenes. I can tell that.
Oh.
But yes.
Interesting.
Because,
I will be consuming that content.
Yes. That's what I do. I will make sure to make sure everyone knows that I did this stream. We had a few people from my usual haunt show up here.
I saw them, yeah.
But yes, it's nice. It's good.
Yeah,
it's nice being here.
For those people, we do this show every 2 weeks because we need to read these fucking games and we don't have that much time in our lives. And finding them is usually also not that easy. We also do live plays. On Monday, we should hopefully be doing Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition.
Oh boy.
And on Friday, next 2 weeks at least, is Shadowrun. I'm running Shadowrun, and then we're going to get into... Oh no, we're going to cancel ourselves for Notepad. No, we're going to get into a Fabulous Ultimate game at some point in May.
my incredible rage toward Fabulous Ultimate. People just continue to leave comments on that video. It's like, keep leaving comments.
Yeah, it's engagement, lol. Nah. No, I see where you are coming from with that, because if they took your baby and just made it different, then they wouldn't like that either. But
my opinion on Fabula, you'll probably hear a little bit more of why I don't like Fabula on tomorrow's big stream.
Okay.
Uploaded on YouTube because it's anime. I don't know if you ever want another game to take a look at. Cloudbreaker Alliance is really fascinating. Break is an incorrect game in a fascinating way, and Valor is very old but very funny in its own right.
Okay.
Do any of you guys do OSR stuff, or?
I do. What do you mean do?
You know, you guys read any OSR or?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I do.
Break. If you break TTRPG, that is an OSR game, LARPing as Legend of the Zelda, and it's neither.
Wow.
It's really fascinating.
Interesting.
Of some of the things you read that game. I read that game. I was thinking it would be one thing, and it was not. And turned out, Break. They hear Break. It is not even officially out yet. It is actually somewhat out. I ended up getting a copy, but yes, we'll be going over it. CBA is also... Bloodbreaker Alliance is also really fascinating if you like that anime stuff. Mm-hmm. There are some aspects to that which are odd.
Yeah.
It's an interesting world, and if you ever want to have my unfortunate opinions back on, feel free to give me a ring.
We would be honored to have you on again. Yeah. Maybe for a game you pick next time. Who knows?
Yeah, they try to get me to pick a game, and I'm like, no, you guys choose.
Oh, I'm happy to choose as well. I have a garbage bin of games I can crawl into.
I've got my panic folder full of random stuff. There's some cursed goods in there. So, but yeah.
Because the hard drive died for me, it's always like a half remembered, that was this game, fuck, and then you have to go on a binge and then hopefully find it. And if not, then I ask the people I know who are good at it to find it, maybe. Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Yes.
Yeah. I would love to have you on again. This was fun.
Oh, goodness.
It was a lot of fun.
Yes, thank you all. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
Oh, there's memes also.
Oh shit! Yeah, we have to look at the memes that Drake made. It's our final goodbye to this amazing game. Let me just see. Oh no, use the template. I see what it is. You made a lot. What the? fuck? Wait.
I'm
let us-
waking over every
Before we
night.
even began, like it triggered me that hard.
Oh yeah, you made 2 before we started. Scopes in range combat. It sends me that laser targeting is just the best one because they thought it was cool. There's no other
Yeah.
explanation.
I was like, what?
Yeah, your bulk hostile. It's because they have weight and aerodynamic properties. Yeah, I mean, this guy looks like he knows what he's doing. He could be more bulky though. He needs to eat that whatever. What is this? A steak? No.
Yeah.
Could be a steak.
I don't know what it is. It's funny, it's gonna hit with crossword.
And then there's this. Wait, I can make the face.
There you go.
I am Grumpy Cat as well. Let's see. Then they have these. Retrieve the femdog. It's such a shit name. Like they must have known, right? They must have known even back then that this is a bad name.
It's so.
If you are so deep into it, you're like, no, this is flawless. This is perfect. This has to be right.
I guess. And then yeah, you can't burn. Like, that's honestly the play, isn't it? Just get 15 violet and never die. Just put all your points in it. Like you can. Oh no, to start you only have 5, but you could buy a lot of free immaculum to erase it every time. Yeah, it's a bit. That is the real chunk build together with being that would be chunk max violet plus max bulk. Yeah. Second. What is this? What is this guy?
Tanuki.
Oh no! Why? Explain yourself.
Sack armies.
Oh no! I'm tired. I would have gotten that. I wonder how he's going to spend his memory points. I must join 2 candle gates to bulk my visage. Yes, the 2 type of gamer. And I love this meme every time. Oh, you couldn't even know this is a Saffron Sour Shadowrun game. Rescuing sister from the apocalypse. This one is specifically made for Sun and Ant in chat. You motherfucker. Oh god. C5 memories using the throwing hand to start the chaos. Everything's This is how this game feels to read. This is how it feels to read this game. This is that feeling in a nutshell. Because these are words that are they're strung together, but they don't make sense. Leviathan exerting their will, immortals fighting. Yes. Oh God. Did I miss one? No, I didn't miss one.
Oh, I don't think.
Oh God, thank you for these. Amazing.
Absolutely. This one really tickled my brain.
Yeah. Like again, this is objectively a bad game, but I can't hate it. And now, as the last hurrah, who am I gonna rate? Do we have somebody? Last time we had somebody else doing roleplay stuff, but I don't think they're there this time.
No. Wow.
No.
Pretty quiet today.
Yeah. What is Barrick doing? I haven't heard Barrick in a while.
What is he doing?
Oh, an ad. Thank you. What are you doing? You have been on for 90 minutes with no game. I'm waiting for the ad to hear. Oh, Rock Trader. Oh, come on, that's a role-playing game. That's close enough. I'm not going to agonize over who I'm rating today. Okay. again, thank you both for being here, making this a great show. Check out the Notepad Island, folks. Good content, unlike some other roleplay YouTubers I will not mention, but who I hate with a passion. That is stuff we can talk about off stream. Yes, we found one guy who is really, really terrible with every take. But I don't want to start beef, so I'm not going to talk about that publicly.
No worries.
Yeah, we'll be back on Monday with Neon Blood, and before that, Waggles and I will be playing Disco Elysium.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Righto.
And
don't worry. Next Monday, I'm just gonna throw my face at writing another game because that's my life.
Oh, fuck! I had to ask about this. What exactly Monster Girl thing did you write? I heard that you did.
Oh, the Monster Girl game? Yeah, Monster Girl Adventures. Congratulations! I wrote Monster Girl Encyclopedia, the tabletop role-playing game, based entirely off a prolonged meme. All right, good job. Good night, everybody.
And on that bombshell, it's time to raid. Goodbye, everyone.
Good night.
Oh God. Fuck yeah.